How's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Best Paladin build. Hey Irish. Hey Jaybridge. It's been a minute. Hope you're well. And anyone else who might be lurking about, of course. Hey UPS Superman, how are you? Hey Badly Dressed Onion. We hit level 7 at the end of last stream. Which does mean we got our Aura of Conquest, which is something that I wanted to build around quite a bit. And we don't quite have all the tools for it at the moment. Hey Jester, how are you? Great morning so far? Love to hear it. Love to hear that. Hi Kevin. It's a cat. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what the cat agenda is. Probably not coming through, but he's also purring quite loudly. We're sharing the chair now? I think this one is less affection and more it's getting colder. So now he's like, hey, human, body heat. Now, I'm okay with this. Can I have access to the keyboard? Okay. Thank you, cat. So yeah, we hit level 7. He's got his face on the keyboard. What are you doing, my guy? What are you doing? Just rip the earbuds out of my ear. Looks well prepared for winter. He is thick. You having trouble there, man? No, you just decided to stop there halfway and start licking yourself? Okay, he's such a cat. Morning, Urban Mac, how are you? He's now murdered my pillow and took its place. And now he's over there. Okay. Level 7. Aura of Conquest. Which means that anything frightened of me, near me, has no movement speed. So now we need to diversify our ways of applying Frighten. Also, I have a Tadpole. So we go stage fright. Bow of the Banshee would be really, really good on this build. I'm leaning heavily towards that, because I can do something like a many-target arrow with that, and then stand close to them, but not so close they can melee me, and then they just won't be able to do anything. Hey, Urban Mac, thank you for the 44 months. Let's see if text-to-speech does it. I mean, they can't get up, they're prone. Depending on the source of prone, it can mean that, the Aqua Explorer. Like, some kinds of prone allow you to get up, even if you don't have movement speed, it'll just be the rest of your turn to get up. But then some don't even allow that. For example, Water Whip from 4 Elements Monk doesn't allow that.
Umber Hulk, Neo G, Scro, Witchlight Marauder, Bionoid, GIF, Autonome, Clockwork Horror.
It was very meticulous about Autonome. Thank you so much, Urban Mac. But yeah, for example, the prone from 4 Elements Monk's Water Whip is set up in a way where you are not allowed to just get up. If you don't have the movement, you are prone forever, indefinitely. Outside of that specific one, I can't immediately think of any others that function in that way. Possibly the Eagle Barb one. Possibly. leveled, which means I can buy more short rest potions from Lantarf. I should go get Gauntlet of Shar access, but that can wait a bit. Diving Strike is just 2 turns. Gotcha. Hey, Trade. Hey, Milak. Hey, Kegel Subson. No problem. Today's text-to-speech D&D Monsters brought to you by 2nd edition Spelljammer. Very nice. More than 20 years ago. Milak, don't remind me of the passage of time. I was scrolling through my my YouTube feed this morning. I mostly use YouTube for, like, listening to music that isn't on streaming services, or just, you know, music in between watching silly stuff. Anyway, I listen to a lot of music on YouTube. And then I was like, oh, hey, I remember this anime OP. I'll listen to this and get some nostalgia going. And then I'll see uploaded 12 years ago, and I'll be like, oh, cool. Sure.
The Absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Diving Strike's just sad. Yeah, I want it to be more useful, but, like, it's got trash damage on top of a wonky condition that you can only fulfill while under the effect of a long rest resource that you can only trigger during combat. It's, like, so specific. Just, ugh. Hey, Aragorn Kisser. Morning, White Freeze. Hey, Mad Mac. Question is if I want to do any more fights before I long rest. I definitely need to restock on elixirs more. I've not been back over to the Act 1 stuff yet. Guess we could start working on that. Now that I have Ring of Reaction, we could go do Fighter Matriarch. Do I have Poison Resist Elixir? I do. Still have a 2nd level spell slot though. Oh, a tiny bit of a 3rd level Agathis going. Don't want to replace that yet. Oh, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Shouldn't need missile snaring. Bloodhell Dusk. Actually, oh, Gloves of Heroism. I want to Channel Oath charge back. So, okay. Eagle Rage is nice for bonus action dash. Tiny person throw stuff. Yeah, it's... Yeah, if you want to do, like, Speedy Light Feet, sure. Oh. Forgot I have PR. Harper Chenti almost walked underneath me and took damage. That would have been an event. Addition does mod do the Paladin class? So, this is gonna sound crazy, but the Oath of Conquest mod adds the Oath of Conquest subclass.
A small hurdle.
It's a different subclass. Maybe you can do Arcane Charge Hellish Rebuke with Eagle Rage. I guess you could. As you said though, meme. Hey Cass, how are you? Good morning. PBT? It's mostly memes. Yeah, like, Eagle Barbs... In what universe would I not go Tiger? Let's be honest. Bear makes some sense too. It's like Tiger and Bear, and then like the other ones.
Take care. If you're all right,
Question for the smart BD3 people here. Hit. You have to fight Raphael to become a Lithid. Can I side with Emps and still become Squiddy? You still can. Yeah, you still can. You just have to tell Emps you want to use the stones yourself. And he'll be like, well, you gotta be a mind player. And then you just be like, okay. Bears resist all damage? Yeah. All damage except psychic, should say. It does exclude psychic. Sick, thank you. You're welcome, Cass. Less boring than normal Paladin? Let's put it this way, Mad Mac. If it was more boring, or as boring, do you think I'd still be playing it, with how much I rant about Paladin? Hey, Lasagna, thank you so much for the Prime. Really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy all the perks and stuff. Been great having you around. Thank you so much for the support. And Cass, thank you so much for the 2 months. Y'all are very generous.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Really goes a long way. Thank you so much.
She's just a girl and
Hey, no, sir. Thank you for the raid.
There you go, Quag.
Quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling.
Quag jiggling. Thank you so much. Hey, Nemesis, how was stream? I may as well bag that up. When in doubt, bag it out. No, that doesn't work. I need more coffee before I'm witty. It hasn't started yet today. Awesome raid notification. It's an oldie but a goodie.
I wish we had a bloody.
How you doing, Sword Knight? We're headed to the Quag Boys Cave Place area. I don't know. Quagmire? How you doing, Stokestoner? Oh, it would have been a Masks challenge. How much you hate Paladin? No.
You Graven Guard still up?
That just wouldn't be interesting content. Okay, yeah. Save again. Let's pop back over to Act 1. I don't think I've had the honor of hearing a Paladin rant. I stick around and I'm sure one will pop up. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Last name Alter. I appreciate it. We got to the brain fight, died to orbs destroying platforms that weren't marked. Oof. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, the game does not tell you about this, but marked for negation is wider than what the orbs present them to be. So you need to look at your conditions to see if you still have the status, even if you're out of the visual area. And you might also need to inspect the platforms to see if they have the condition. So I'm not as positive about that one. Lurk meetings, ew. Let me know if I need to fight anyone, Cass. Jake, why are you jaking over there? What's happening? What are you doing? Finish another brain practice run tactician. Might be ready to try my honor mode run soon. Sounds good, White Priest. Practice is always good. Second level. Because we are a paladin and we have no resource sustain whatsoever, expect me to be using a lot of short rest potions.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Oh, give me that too. No cloud giant fingers. It's okay, Dareth. I still love you. Still a future for us. Let's gonna start streaming more. The warg thing now. Never picked up the ritual weapons, did I? Probably not there anymore. Suppose I can go check. Ace, you should start streaming. That's true. I should. You're right. Lump is here. Okay, thought it wasn't for a second.
How you doing, pal? Looking for... There is, lots. But I've got scavenger's rights, so it's all mine. Unless you're willing to trade for it.
So Glomp drops all his money when he dies. I'm gonna have to exercise some restraint in disposing of him. As being short Volo does mean I need to be a little bit more conservative about my vendors. And by conservative, I mean treating them like resources until I ultimately dispose of them.
Open up.
What'd you do to Volo? I went with a different route to get the Raphael thing done. And in the Grimforge camp, Volo stands literally right next to Raphael. So as soon as I started beating him up, Volo just ran away. He never came back. Even in, like, later camps. So hopefully he shows up in Act 3. There's just one left right next to it, and we had orbs all around us. Also an interesting thing happened, though. Made a mistake, got mine broken on Mark Platform. Orpheus banished us who died, got Wisp spawning. He was able to bring us back. I'm sure they'd be contributed to banish would happen either way. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Just so.
Yeah, I don't know. Paladin runs on Duncan. I was trying to take out the dragon, get that achievement as well. It took a tad longer than originally planned. Yeah, depending on approach, that dragon can be like 3 or... Okay, the ritual weapons are still here. Cool. 3 or annoying. I find that the top of the brain fight is one of those where listening to your characters is actually pretty good. They will kind of with increasing levels of urgency as the fight goes. Be like, hey, just go dominate the brain, okay? Just go dominate the brain. Even the characters are like, you don't have to fight this thing. I know you're doing it for the achievement, but it's funny how many times I see people who get there in their first time, and they're like, oh, how am I gonna do all this? And then the game's literally telling you, you don't have to. It's like Commander Zalk all over again. The first fight and the last fight both have an enemy that you can technically kill, but it's much more efficient to just not. And a hunter stash wasn't empty in the mountain pass. Yeah, that's the thing. My honor mode run, I'll be zooming straight up to dominate the brain. Probably a Warface 2, Emp is kind of useless. Yeah. Emp's abilities just aren't good. Use Vision of the Absolute. Sentinel Shield. I forgot to steal the Iron Banded Shield. So I'm not gonna have my max AC here, but that's fine-ish. Fine-ish. So I do want to try something with these Feigned Death Boots. So we're not going to sell them this run. I have a stupid idea for them. It's really stupid. But I think it's going to be funny.
Nuggets will be done.
+6 initiative. We'll go up to 25 AC. We have poison resistance and immunity to being poisoned. We have freedom of movement. Could go kill Quag for Broodmother's Revenge. I'll be using an Oil of Accuracy on this fight anyway.
One true way. What lies within?
Found and taken.
I'll use my Thank jump.
Active. Into the shadows.
I could open with Chosen Adversary, but the problem is then it would just be wasted on the surprise round. Open this way. Get some Dex ability drain going. I'm using Vision of the Absolute. not have great accuracy. A good guided strike though. But I don't want to use my... I only have one channel overcharge. I should be careful about it.
You vow
Go for the
or you
stab.
break.
I'll take the miss. Not unexpected. No. We did blind it. We should have done Whispering Promise for more accuracy.
My path be true. Excellent.
The accuracy is not it. All more? No? He's stage fright. I don't want to drop her yet. Failed the saving throw, and if I hadn't had reaction, that would have been pretty bad for me. Or protection is not very good. As your reminder. The legend of Aura of Protection is much more grand than its actual impact. Train the dexterity more. What's gonna happen on this turn? Yeah, I want her to do all the summons. Each of these phase spiderlings is 3 XP. So there's that group, there's that group. There's one over here. Is it just the 3 sets? I think it might just be 3 sets.
No time to waste.
Roll a 3 on that one, yeah. There it is. Cool. One of the dex ability drain. Lowers our armor class. Nice crit. Well timed. Hey Nico. Phase fighters may be slightly more terrifying when they can teleport. Yeah. Accuracy is not it, but it's fine. Can't complain, my armor back has lasted as long as it needed to. Cinnamon.
Feel that? A breeze. Something's down there.
Have a remove curse. What's the one? I could just read the book. I don't want to read it yet. Need to knock it first for the XP. The opposite of don't knock it till you try it. Make a save. Red caps? Red caps. Alright, I succeeded the check this run.
A wise strategy. Unseen.
Great accuracy. Here, have a poop knife. Huh? No? Okay. See why I hate attack rolls? Oh, I'm such a tavern brawler addict. Okay, game. Guess my shot got blocked by the terrain.
Make way.
Sure. Let's go, a 3 damage smite. Saved. It's a deck save, interesting. I would have thought that'd be a con save.
This is your end.
What's my DC on that? 18? Oh, you just rolled an 18, okay. The aura protection mattered there. I'll give it credit when credit's due. Oh, well, they should have made various smite sound effects depending on the damage done. Getting the full smite sound from your 3 damage seems a bit much. I mean, that's a bunch of effort put into something that could be resolved by instead restructuring how Divine Smite is rolled. Like, instead of a level 1 smite being 2d8 and then an additional 2d8 if the target is a fiend or undead, and not just make it more die of lower rolls. Isn't that literally what they did with the 2024 healing spells? Like, they made Healing Word 2d4 instead of 1d8. I just do exactly that. So instead of 2d8, 4d4. Your minimum damage becomes 4 instead of 2. Now, 4 is still, but it's literally double the impact. Doesn't increase the ceiling at all. Just gives damage consistency. Makes you less likely to just regret using a spell slot. The reason why Divine Smite is bad is because you can spend a spell slot for 2 damage, and you don't have a lot of spell slots.
Securing.
Remember how hard people shit on Sacred Flame? Sacred Flame can be made to be more consistent than Divine Smite. That sentence is gonna confuse some people, but
Best to make camp.
it's like Barbarian swings a big mace, the entire room reverberates from the impact, 2 damage. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna change from Lae'zel to default Fem Githyanki. second level Agathis. Are they still here? I feel like reading that note I found may have caused them to leave. No, they're still here.
No.
Oh, I guess I could have gone for the...
My kin wield this.
Could have used the mage hand there. It's still fine though. Invis scroll. I'll use a potion though. Respect Nightbot into a Dirge bot.
Yes,
Something like that.
we shall find it.
Child of Gith, halt and... Shh, shh. Yet your name, child.
Okay.
You know.
Speak up, child.
I guess this is a Lae'zel thing. Sure.
Kresh Kalir. You are far from the tears, Lae'zel. Does the caretaker...
Does
let you
Lae'zel
stray
not
so
get this
far?
for free? Because this makes them hostile. I want to fight them anyway. What is the shush for? If you start a message with hey. Just because I thought that was funny. Okay. Yeah, so that was really weird and not at all how that's supposed to go. But I think we can attribute that to Lae'zel. But no silver sword till Act 3.
No time to waste.
Oh no. So I left no choice here though. Lightning Jabber would let me turn off their reactions. Kinda surprised he saved though at 99%. The 99% was for the attack roll, not for the saving throw. The reason why we like Honeyed Paws is because there is no saving throw component. The attack just has to hit. I hit Voss. I needed to roll a 17 and I rolled a 25. But he rolled a 16 with his +9 bonuses against my DC 18. So that's why disarming Voss is not consistent with anything except for Divination Wizards or Honeyed Paws. Now, with the routing I used to keep Voss here, despite me already having big the Shadow Curse lands, on non-Lae'zel, he doesn't talk to you that way. Or at least, the people I've seen use that routing have been playing as characters other than Lae'zel, and Voss has not talked. You prize weapon Voss and teleport somewhere else? Doubtful.
proceeding.
Scatter them is the problem. There we go. Walking back during the surprise run? Okay. Understandable. Dude didn't want to be over there, so he just moved. I get it. The thing is, if I Conquering Presence, even if I stick it, what does them not having movement mean for me? These guys can all Misty stuff, so it means nothing. I need to get damage in on the raiders. Even though getting Shock and Grasp onto Bertha would be nice. These raiders are the threat. Ref didn't see the travel. Weird. The turn Bertha. She drank her invis pot. There's a regular Burning Hands cast. You hit her? That's amazing. No notes. I'll be lethargic, but I don't really care. Really likes Burning Hands. Oh, he rolled high on that one. Jake, stop it. You're being a brat. Frightened and conquered. Now she can't move. The psychic damage is bugged and doesn't actually work. Fortunately. But the you get no movement thing really does work. Hey, Greater Spirit, thank you for the Prime in the 6 months. for the aesthetics.
She's on fire. Where you go, Quag?
Hi there, how's it going?
Going well, Critter Spirit. How are you?
Script of your people. Imagine the slate.
Lae'zel gets this checklist.
Repositioning.
But I already got that XP elsewhere. So we didn't get Silver Sword of the Astral Plane. We did get Beretha's sword. Unless I thoughtlessly sent it to camp. I think I did. Fine, we have Rat Bat. We do. We do have Rat Bat. Well, we will have Rat Bat. That whole time? I don't think it is. No. Maybe it is. I want to go get some of the perception checks done, like for the ledger, for he who was. Go feed Gale. Mark's reaction to seeing Hordebreaker rap ass priceless.
My condition is worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile.
Okay, you can have... No, actually, you can have spider step boots.
Thank a metaphorical demon. I hate the... Sincerely, though.
Hey Don, how are you? The respect spoke about like level 2, 3. I have respect. Yeah. I want Hunter to do the Raphael thing. I of course respect once before that, so that I could drop my fighter level. I want to finish looting the goblin camp.
Open up.
Within reach.
Raising about 16 dex and 14 charisma instead of the other way around. Let me answer your question with a question, 2D dude. Why would I do what you said? Didn't reach level 8 yesterday? No, that was level 7. Back to the stat question. Dexterity is infinitely more important as a stat than charisma is. Especially on a setup where I don't have alert. The only reason I have this much initiative, forgot about aura and save DC, so I don't give a fuck about aura of protection. You've fallen into the paladin trap that players have, where they've convinced themselves that aura of protection is worth sacrificing the functionality of the rest of your character for. Why would I nerf my already bad initiative by 1? Nerf my saving throws against almost every kind of explosion in the game. Nerf my stealth, nerf my sleight of hand. Nerf my accuracy and damage with bows. Why would I do that to make my aura of protection 1 point better? Every saving throw that I've failed today, or protection wouldn't have saved me from if it was 1 point higher. I was making sure I grabbed the boots from where Minthara was hanging out here. Over here. Ask you a question with a question. Why are you so hot? Still wearing a beanie? Not aware you can dehydrate for that. It's getting cold here, Don. It's getting cold. I went and I put some sweatpants in the laundry this morning. Like, all of my sweatpants. They'd been a cat bed for a while, and I just kind of let that slide. But now it's cold. We're back in sweatpants season. Reminds me of the why is 1 bigger than 5 discussion. Yeah. Imagine it's unlikely Galarian makes any more significant buffs nerfs general items gameplays. General items gameplays. I think Ratbat's here to stay. Most likely. How's the attitude drop? She's at negative 45 now. She went from 100. She's at minus 45.
Undetected. You sort.
My aura of protection made her save against my poison. Great class.
Repositioning.
Anything in this game you find to be too strong is in the presence and balance of the game. Titan string bow. Easily Titan string bow.
Battle has taken its toll. I should. Violence isn't tolerated. Taste my fury. Quickly then.
Love watching Kaga die. Prefer Divine Smith and Smite. That's valid. Nerf your poisons with the simple cost of -2 to your dex. It's that easy. But yeah, I moved the chairs so they're sitting on the edge here. No. Stay from all the hurricane shit going on over there. Yeah, I'm farther north than the hurricane stuff. Still getting some weather here, but I'm far enough north that it won't really directly affect me. Does Paladin fall, or don't you know yet? Oh, you mean like Oathbreak? Yeah, it can. Just I'm not sure of the specific things that do it. It hasn't happened yet, but yeah, it can. Divine Smith, the other name for Damon. Isn't he like an Infernal Smith? Actually, you know what you have to care about? Yeah, because like the channel load features for this subclass are good.
Noted.
Kill the Oathbreaker Knight, does that cure you? No. Not only does it not cure you, it makes it so you can't manage your oath at all anymore. You can still Oathbreak after that, it's just you can't ever get it back.
Into the shadows.
I'd like to point out that currently I'm just fighter but bad, because I have no resources. Fighter but bad, or ranger but bad, or barbarian but bad. Hey, what's up, Sunshine? How's Paladin treating me? Haven't popped in stream in a bit. Paladin still sucks. It's still a terrible class. But Oath of Conquest gets some real cool features. It is still ultimately subject to the very quick resource consumption that this class has to deal with. But the subclass features are quite fun.
No more. No more fighting.
Leave no survivors.
We lost our way. Never again.
I know you could do this. I like it. Grab the chest by the bird? No, I haven't yet.
Onward.
Hey Bill, how are you? I like spending a spell slot for 2 damage. If not, then Quag dislikes Paladin. The hardest part about playing Paladin is not breaking the oath. I've been doing on that front. That's not the hardest part about Paladin. The hardest part about playing Paladin is you are the worst class in the game.
We have to pull it together.
Oath breaking is utterly inconsequential for most oaths because the channel oath features for most of the subclasses aren't good anyway. So you could just remain in an oath broken state without access to your channel divinity features and just keep your spell list. And you're fine. I haven't broken oath yet. I don't know what things break my oath in this mod. Not information that I have. When I do this, I get disapproval message from Will. That happens if you do this before having moved on to future maps. When we get funny yeet sound, someone's got to make that mod. Oh, you just teleport? Okay. That's what I expected would happen on the other guy. Oh yeah, I don't have Cloud Giant. I can't actually throw him that far. I'm going to run with a new class, Blind. Feel Godslayer class is super tanky. Adds both your strength and con modifier to armor class while not wearing armor. Just use Cheat Engine. That's just...
Shadows.
Use the Cheater's Ring mod.
Why did you leave?
It's the same thing.
Your aggression has won you no friends.
After everything that's happened,
Feels like I've been holding my breath for a 10 day.
Dreams ruined. Like, were you being serious about? It's a class called Godslayer that gets a feature that's clearly overtuned. And like, what are you expecting here? The way I see it, there's a very clear divide between subclass mods that are meant to be like, hey, this is a class you can experience the game with, and subclass mods that are, hey, what if you had all this dumb broken shit in one place? It's like turning on cheats in a GTA game for the first time. Yeah, it's fun for 5 minutes, but then you either stop playing the game or go back to playing things that are insane. Hey Meta, so one of the best emotes on Twitch. I'm glad you like that one. How you doing? Subclass being OP, just play hard. I mean, imagine calling yourself a Godslayer and center of gods can just snap you out of existence at any time. It is a little, confident of a name, isn't it, 2D dude? Look for the surprise factor mostly, but then go into it. But then just play it. Figured it might be OP. If that's what you're looking for, then by all means enjoy that. Like, I want to clarify that me having absolutely no interest in the power fantasy kind of mod does not mean that you enjoying that is invalid or anything. Feel free. That still operates on a time delay. That's so scuffed. Alright, this fucking bird.
No time to waste.
Oh, that just doesn't? Okay, cool. Good reason Barbarian AC is Dex plus Con, not Strength plus Con. Yeah. Pretty sure you can get at least 25 AC off gear alone without wearing armor. Yeah, you can get it higher than that. Wife wanted to just play the game for the story. She had zero interest in the combats. The ideal mod for her would have been to skip the combats altogether. A lot of games, especially RPGs, do have, like, a story mode feature. And I think it's a good feature to include. The reason why most of these druids didn't get turns is because you don't get a turn if you join an existing combat beyond turn 1. So think of it as a series of staggered surprise rounds. But Aura of Protection would not have saved me. My Charisma would have needed to be 20 for Aura of Protection to let me keep my weapon there. It's not a good feature. It just isn't.
take my pick.
Cheater's Ring mod was more than enough for her. At least now I can really talk with her about the game, and I think that's great. Another good use I've seen for the Cheater's Ring mod is Ash wanted a certain companion romance outcome, and she got locked out of that, so she loaded an earlier save and just used the Cheater's Ring to get back to her spot more quickly, like where she was through the content she'd already done on that playthrough. And I think that's a really good example of why it's good that things like that exist.
Eager for battle.
I'm encumbered. How? A Hell Dusk? I don't feel like using it. I have it. I don't want to use it every run. Also, Adamantine is currently my only source of crit immunity. Because Grim bugged out and I couldn't kill him. Remember, it doesn't matter how much AC you have if you get fucking crit. Ask this sincerely, why not just watch the cutscenes at that point? Because there's not going to be a video out there with every combination of every choice that has a created character that looks exactly like what you want your character to be, right? Like, while you might find a video of, hey, here's how this cutscene goes most of the time, you're not going to find something for every permutation. Still an investment in it? Yeah. I like the idea of underwear. They give small buffs, not because I think it's needed, just like the idea of magical underwear. Have you read the description of Gale's underwear regiment? Actually have, not wearing Gale's underwear. Why not? The way I see it, if you're not trading underwear with the homies, are you even homies?
Into the shadows.
The groves
You're vile.
I'm vile.
Proceeding.
Come here, bird.
Into the shadows. Without delay.
Communal Josh. That was my nickname in high school, believe it or not.
My eyes grow heavy. Best to make camp.
We like Wrath and Silver, so we don't kill Wrath and Silver. I'm down to kill the Zentarum, I think. I love getting that it's been a long day flavor dialogue immediately after a long rest in one fight. Yeah. Yeah. Made Gale eat his underwear, Larian. I'm sure someone has written that fanfic.
happened before.
You run, but every time your character complains about being tired, you have to long rest. You don't have supplies, the long rest, the run ends. Pain. I could never.
Undetected.
Oh no, Oscar died. Guys, Oscar died. What are we gonna do?
Proceeding.
Poor Oscar, he was a man, that's debatable. Oscar was a boy. Not sure what you're gonna do, but Oscar questline is not it. Yeah, in many ways. Yeah. How you doing, Sora?
Let's have a look.
It's quite a bit with last patch, though. At least doesn't make the game explode anymore. The hallway with the knockback skulls is still incredibly fucked up. There's just so many individual aspects to why I just don't want to do that quest. Hey, Cass, thanks for the 10 bits. Oh no, the goblins killed Oscar. I can't believe they did it. Well, the goblins were down to do something morally good eventually. It was bound to happen.
That might be worth a look.
I'm gonna bother Quag Mood today. Well, you're not bothering me. You're a pleasure to be around.
Unseen. Not one false move.
So another reason it's good that I have dexterity and a vigilance elixir on is because I've seen a lot of runs die just here, here, right here, also right here, and over here. Seriously, I've seen someone die in each of those spots on solo honor. So this room isn't, like, bad, but if you're... Oh, right here, too. If your attention lapse, even for a second, it could get bad. Assault, assault.
Not efficient.
No surprise. It's fine. What's my run of Discord dying so long by walking over oil while burning? Yeah, I'll do it. Ooh, nice crit. First they got Karlak, then Oscar. Who will they get next? Good question.
You've messed up.
He stole my XP! That motherfucker! Bro really said no XP and killed himself. Alright. Ooh, base scroll. I can't believe he did that. No, this is too cheese. Remember correctly, last time I did that part, hit them with a bow, barely within range, enhance sleep away enemy AI, and F1 breaks decently easy to openish areas. Yeah, it's just kind of how AI works. Wouldn't consider it crazy cheesy or anything. I'm not positive that that won't kill me, so I'm gonna do this. Just Act 1. Ron Evelyn posted video sniping Carnus all his guns from rooftop down in the aggro. She saw his win silly stealth archer. That's not a stealth archer thing, Regiment. That's how Shadow Cursed enemy AI works. Literally anything that's Shadow Cursed behaves that way in Act 2. That's just how their AI works. Like, for example, like, let's say this wolf was Shadow Cursed. I could be here. No stealth required, I can just shoot it. It's never gonna aggro. Unless it walks towards me. I can just shoot it. Combat doesn't start. That's just that. Haven't played much with it or seen it much. It's literally just attack a Shadow Cursed enemy from outside the range where they can, like, immediately see you. That simple. Hiding required, no invis required, no stealth checks.
Worth examining.
Infernal Rapier changes attack rolls for ranged weapons as well, right? No. My understanding is that it just works for itself. I could be mistaken. It'd be really cool if it did apply to other things. But my understanding is that it's just, think of it like one of Jaheira's scimitars does the same thing. It, instead of using dex or strength scaling, it uses your spellcasting modifier. Shillelagh and Pact Weapon also do that. Or try to run where you never give any enemy a turn of combat. They get a turn to reset the run. Stealth Archer with extra steps. Uninteresting.
This'll do.
Like the weapon a lot, want to make something cool. It's still a good weapon. It's the only way to be able to summon a Cambion without being a high-level cleric. And there aren't many rapiers in the game. I think it also gives you +1 spell save DC. If I'm remembering correctly. Use Connor to revive the guy who stole my XP. I haven't gotten Connor yet. There's minions slot with Diva, right? Yeah, it does. How willing am I to do Grimforge stuff right now? I was kind of hoping for Silver Sword for, Nier, but, oh well. Yeah, Nemesis. Absolutely. Let me scroll. See if anyone here is not subbed. Here you go, Imp. Courtesy of Nemesis. What was I gonna do? Alright, I was thinking about Grimforge. I don't necessarily need psychic resistance. I just don't have as much HP as I would like. Hey Mark, how are you?
She's just a girl.
So I don't really want to use the C invis yet.
There you go, Quag.
Do I rest? Well, there's no reason I shouldn't go to the mountain pass now, actually. Now that boss fucked off. I still got a chance at disarming him. I won't call it a total L. I do already have the Ring of Free Action. I could just do the Death Shepherd fight. I would have to burn another short rest potion to have smites, though. I mean, I could just long rest. What am I losing if I long rest? A Vigilance Elixir. Do I have another one? I don't. There's a guaranteed one there, but I don't want to necessarily have to use that one. The mats to make one more. I don't want to use these things to make it, though. Guess instead of, cat. We probably killed Jira pretty quickly, so I can get Knife the Inner Mountain King. It's a +2 weapon, has a damage reroll, has the minus crit. Makes sense. Air Missile will be expensive. I'll have to disguise. I don't have good attitude with her.
You look like you want to say the mad.
Let's go buy that, because then I can use that to aggro eagles and kobolds without stepping into their exploration triggers. Also, Elminster might be here now. It is nice running around with 20 strength. No need for elixir or gear. It does let me just kind of passively have this vigilance elixir on.
One true way.
My next region travel should cause Elminster to show up here. So it's disguised as Minsk. Bro, I can't say no to Minsk, right?
Let us have words.
What feat am I
A
using?
new face
Heavy Armor
come
Master.
To bask in the light of the absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
Need a flight potion for Rise Roof. Ring of Spiteful Thunder plus Reverb Boots is probably something I start doing soon too, so let me buy that. I guess I can't buy that yet. Expensive. I have reason to long rest in Act 2. No.
Many thoughts, one mind.
Around 8 strength, haha, we couldn't you. He's being very cute. I will not apologize for the cat petting break. Save, we long rest.
Communication is key.
What are you doing?
Your mind mingles with Will's.
Gods. She makes a mockery of everything the blade stand. Fail. And I made a mindless blob. Yes. She won't let me go without making a fuss. Trust me on that.
Oh hey, it's Volo. I just realized Volo's back. I guess I just needed the long rest for him to like start showing up again.
Quite the cozy setup you have here.
I did disguise,
Make myself comfortable.
so I didn't incur the attitude drop on Lae'zel. I have a chromatic orb. I can loot one of the goblin camp if not. Okay, I have one.
Worth examining.
Camp supplies getting low. I did blow up a lot of the ones I
Eyelids
normally pick
grow
up
heavy, and your heart begins to
in
slow.
Joraglin's room.
In the
Hey,
fog
Nicholas,
of
how are
your
you?
mind, a single thought
Ah,
sparks.
my good friend.
You should return to the Githyanki crash and access
A wizard
the
is never late,
Zaylist.
nor is he early. He arrives
It is
precisely when he means to.
imperative that
What
your
Gale says
infection
right
is
after he nuts.
cleansed. The thought fades.
Can I touch your face?
Wild, but not inaccurate.
The shadow. Lucky for us, we've got a knack for.
What could they accomplish? Welcome back. Have you...
Really have some stuff I can sell here. You kill a few Githyanki, you kill the Zunts. Yeah, I got stuff to sell.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
No Cloud Giant fingers blurred. I wanted the fingies, sir. Where are the fingies? Buying Flaming Sphere for Rim, I guess. I can wait. Be a while before I do that.
I greet you, child of the
I
stars.
never did the Wizard's Dungeon, did I? Guess I can go do that. Maybe his coffin has some decent loot. Use the corrosive flail.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Guys, did you guys know there's no point in lingering now that she's got noble stock, the mushroom? Just about. Lingers for a long damn time after saying that. Yeah, I think she likes me. You think I have a chance?
Better wait till
Here's the spipper bag.
Indolence breeds madness.
It is. There's a note from a doctor in their basement in Baldur's Gate says the noble stock would fix Balin's brain. Just really want that. I mean, for good reasons. You can give the noble stock to. It's not really a funny lore bit regiment. Again, there's a lot of layers if you listen to characters when they talk. First of all, Dareth's wedding ring is in her vendor inventory, and the description indicates she's not really cared about that item for a long time. If you speak with animals and talk to the Rothe standing right next to her, it's very glad that Balin lost his mind. Very glad. You can also talk to Dareth about how Balin beat the shit out of her for 70 years. Not 7, not 17, 70.
Worth examining.
And lastly, you have control over who gets the noble stock in this game. Dark Urge can use it to recover some memories, depending on the point you are in the game. You can have 2 different memories restored. You can give it to Shadowheart to restore her memory of a childhood friend. You can give it to Dareth to save her business. Or you can give it to Balin, at which point he regains his sanity and starts beating up his wife and their animal again.
Let's have a look.
Thought the nose was a cool find. Yeah, it's just another means of presenting the information that you get by talking to the characters.
Locked. As if
Outside of being a challenge runner, in some ways I am a bit of a lore nerd, so some characters I did exhaust all their dialogue options on like my first playthrough. Imagine the police response in Dwarven cities. Just a bunch of Dwergar breaking in biz next to you.
What's that?
Response time, because they're short. It's just Gek and his crew. There would be no crime. Gek is scary. Years for domestic violence. I mean, it's just like real life where cops aren't going to respond to domestic violence calls because they're the ones doing it.
hells. Something just woke up. Light steps.
Undetected.
You have to imagine there are societies to work are they've got to the point where they're adept at dealing with invisibility. Logically, they should be.
Not one false move.
Ooh, the crit. Nice. 32 damage with a flail. It wasn't even a high roll. Love that.
No time to waste. You bow, or you break. Corpses are better fighters than many who draw breath in this world. Curious.
I don't think one of my favorite pieces of character acquisition, having bring Carlisle to Gortash, he absolutely gaslights her and thinking Sandra to Zarya was no big deal. Yeah, Gortash sucks. He's really just the worst.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
Just so.
Guy's also an arms dealer and slaver. People really gloss over the slaver part. I find that interesting. Like, the Emperor, of all people, is like, hey, this guy's a slaver. He's bad news. Now, the Emperor was also doing that, but... Gortash would get along with Drow and Dwergar. Probably, yeah.
Alas, time for chatter.
The past is near. Well, let's see what you've got.
Stone skin? Maybe. Yes, the Emperor, who also congratulates you if you become Baal's chosen. Yeah, the Emperor's a good guy, Aaliyah. I don't know what you mean.
Seen a true soul, no less. What do you think? Should split your head open and the stench don't lie.
If Yankee and Dwergar can just say this, stench is just psionic resonance.
The slight.
In that case, but whatever the spoils, you still standing about?
I'm gonna do a dagger +2 just because it's accurate. Yeah, you, come over here. Oh. Scrying eye. Fuck. Where are you going? Archer's like right here. Damn it. A musical instrument. No, I don't have proficiency, but I don't need it. Not for what I'm trying to do, anyway. Come over. Musicians are wankers. It's fine. You know what? You're not wrong. Or I saw a spot. What trade? Do you feel attacked? I do. For that. Did Wolverine know about the Iron Throne for the end of the quest? Making an apologist for him a bit harder. Wolverine knew about the hostages the entire time and did not care. You can literally read his thoughts and all he cares about is the destruction. Being a Wolverine apologist at all is insanity.
If it goes belly up, we got a scapegoat. It's Nia's game to lose.
Let the poison choke me and be done with it, I say.
All that rock thumping and pod pounding wrecked your mind. Dead or alive.
Clean up this mess. Nia dies, heads roll. And that goes for novices too.
Playing instruments at school, you bring your guitar parties play Wonderwall. You're a wanker. Everyone had that one friend. Or associate. They can, like, see me.
Back on your feet or I'll bite your toes off one by one.
Why are you putting people's toes in your mouth, Brent?
I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't
Actually, not
move.
read Goldman's thoughts. Sweetie truly thought the Gandhians had a choice. So you didn't listen to his dialogue either?
Crying for your sister, and I'll personally rip off her head when you dig her out.
Clean up this mess. Nia dies.
He is not hiding the fact that he doesn't care about the circumstances, he just wants them dead.
Back on your feet, or I'll bite your toes off one by one.
Max XP for Grimforge is to kill all but one.
Your balls like potatoes if you don't move, and you better hope that's the worst of it.
I don't think I bother with that. Rock guitars for stimming, okay. Yeah, sure, Niloko, sure.
Deep gnome, mate. Well, the chiseling is remarkably intricate. I didn't live here.
Whatever you say. You tell him, when you tell him that they were slaves and had no choice, he doubles down on the fact he's mad about them being in the wrong for building it anyways. And that doesn't come across to you as someone who does not care about the circumstances and just wanted them dead regardless. And using Thud and initiating in a way to not have him enter combat. So what, attacking over by Brithvar? Yeah. Try that.
What lies within?
Alright, there's still the use. I'd like to Cloud Giant, but initiative's more important. Explain this max XP way, please. Basically, the gist of it, Jazz, is you set up the fight so that you are allied to Brithvar's side. But then you need Brithvar to die. You need everyone except for one person to die so that Brithvar's replacement shows up and does the dialogue that Brithvar would have done. And then you kill that guy too. Because he doesn't spawn in unless you fulfill this condition. And he is 75 XP. So you need someone on Brithvar's side to live. But that part's difficult because that means you need to kill everyone except that person without them becoming a witness. So what Trade is outlining is that he uses Thud. When we first started using this strat, I used Drar, but that was always risky. I like the idea of using Thud better.
Undetected. I shouldn't linger. Taking position.
Start the fight by the staircase for the two that give you the quest for talking. Don't get closer, so only the Dwargar Barb won't join fight. Just free near, get him as an ally, kill him first. Yeah, so, same thing. What Trade was describing. That's exactly what I planned on doing. We'll have to give Thrin the boots. That'll make her get over to me faster, so that works out nicely. I'll do this without summons, so we don't have Mind Mastery shenanigans. At least boots are striding, I think. Do I have an Expeditious Retreat scroll, actually? Maybe I do Speedy Light Feet Expeditious Retreat. More likely, I think I want to use Stone Skin. The archers don't use magical weapons. Thud and Greymon do. Thud doesn't. Only Greymon has magical weapons here. Greymon and Nier. The Stone Skin will be fine. I don't know, I do seem to remember Wolverine had a personal vendetta against the Gondians, so I imagine the Iron Throne situation would have been irrelevant. Wolverine had a personal vendetta against the Gondians because he was jealous because the Iron Hands got ousted from the social hierarchy of Baldur's Gate after they helped Saravok, who was trying to incite a world war so that he could become the god of murder. The Gondians didn't do shit to him. Wolverine's just a piece of shit. Vanishing Smite scale was something. Divine Smite scale justification was spell might goes and so on. It gets the same stuff as other smites. An evocation spell. All that, but the only way to get Vanishing Smite is to be a 10th level bard. So you can't do Empowered Evocation. You could, like, spell Might Gloves, I guess. But in terms of Spell Might Gloves on smites, I'm of the opinion that, like, just boost the hit. Thinking about the Infernal Rapier still, just looking at how to make the weapon work. Well, it's a rapier, so it's a finesse weapon. That means you could do some sneak attack stuff on it. It's piercing, so that means it scales well with the likes of Aura of Murder and all that. It's a +2, right? So it's reasonably accurate. Even if you're not doing anything particularly special with it, the weapon's just good. Rogue with high int. Yeah, that's a pretty good approach. Realize that from Discord got locked and joined server with new one. Oh, it's okay, Meta. I'm not in all the Discord servers that I wish I was, because I can't keep up with everything. I should really prune my servers. I'm in so many from years ago that I've not checked. No pressure, no obligation there. I appreciate you wanting to hang out. It's been a while since we've done one, but I'm probably gonna try to schedule a Discord movie night soon. Don't really have much of a social battery in eSpace. Think in the near future and make more of an effort to be social with stream communities I enjoy. Totally understand that meta. 100%. On both counts. Social battery is something that I sometimes just need to recharge.
Wait, but go on. Drag me to me. It's the whole damn reason we're here.
Could use a smite, but what I'm gonna do instead is I needed more damage than that. This is insanely wasteful. But I need to cover for the possibility. I do not want Philomene to get away with my barrel. I'm willing to expend resources to make sure she doesn't. I like the idea of arcane synergy. It's just that helmets and rings are very contested slots. Yeah, you could justify arcane synergy in some setups, but exactly as you said, they are very contested slots. If doing like a cantrip blasting build, I find that it's pretty justifiable, because you could use arcane synergy to buff your offhand crossbow shots, and that can be very good. Particularly if you also have two-weapon fighting style, because then you're adding your spellcasting modifier and your dexterity modifier at additional time to that shot's damage, and that's a lot. Like if you have 16 dex and let's say you Ethel hair on your cast modifier, so you have 18. You're adding 7 as a floor to your offhand crossbow. That's very significant.
Open up.
This'll do.
Did I read the note? Use the die under the Merkle fight with the Char buff to decent effect. Yeah, it's quite nice there. Good once you've got access to the Mirror of Loss as well. Another way to get your score up.
Into the shadows. You attacked someone.
Surprise. Fine. He has a bomb. Which I should be more concerned about. We're gonna let it ride though. As far as the placement? Yes. Bro did damage. verb. Certainly some way to make Arcane Synergy go well with Titan String, though. I feel like it's putting a hat on a hat. Yeah, well put. It's like, sure, you could do that, but one thing Titan String isn't lacking is a damage floor. But you absolutely could. Off Titan String.
Objective noted.
Still the item. Oh yeah, the spiders. I don't have the headband because I haven't killed the ogres yet. I could call the ogres right now, but that would kind of complicate my other plan. So let's just roll good.
What care we for his business here? He keeps us small, keeps us contained. We should not fight.
These spiders are loyal to the local Dwergar. In the event of a fight, they will join the fray against you.
My
This.
hurry with.
Alright, we did the persuasion instead of the religion.
Stinking snitch.
You attacked someone. Only the guard.
A weird question, Irish. Not gonna read that one out. Huh? Weak bait.
This is your end.
Onward.
Into the shadows. Undetected. You serve my purpose.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to.
Don't want to stretch out my spell slots if I can. Nine damage on 3d8. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, sure. Dual wield the Infernal Rapier with the Moon Lantern Sons of Shadow? Yes.
Securing. Deep gnomes. Kill. delay.
kill? I will do that. Thank you, narrator. Appreciate the suggestion.
What lies within?
Time you get to Act 3 for dual wielding options on a caster, Windfell Rapier over Rhapsody. Just for the presence of a summon, I'm assuming. Like, the idea here, trade, was people wanted to make the rapier itself work. Like, the reason why you don't see it more often is because it requires you to have with you in the colony, and passing a check. And then also, this is at the end of Act 2, where gear power is about to spike hard anyway. It's like, what would use it for? That part's tough. Getting value out of the mostly forgettable item. That is not a bad item, it's just awkwardly timed. Like, if you got that earlier in Act 2, it'd maybe be too much, because having that Cambion around. Though, thinking about it realistically, it takes investment for that Cambion's attack rolls with the Scorching Ray to be good. It uses a non-magical trident. It wouldn't be that overpowered.
Let's have a look.
Born and they're trembling like leaves.
Trembling like what?
I can't. Up on the surface, forget it.
Unheard, unseen.
Hoping the reverb would, that work out, but... Oop. Just rolling 17s and 20s. Alright. Fine. Don't go pro. Okay, great turn. What ways are there to get armor of Agathis on Wizard without multi-classing? Anything else besides feet and robe around Malice? No. He went prone from that. Awesome. Okay, now he's prone, frightened, conquered. You're prone. Now he probably is just able to get up. But we'll see how the mechanics of that movement speed reduction actually work. Ah, cool. It does work out in the favorable way. So he just can't get up. Try to keep him conquered. I've moved too far away. It's fine. He's still frightened. Prone, frightened, and conquered. Is this the getting topped by Lae'zel experience? Pretty much, yeah. My 0 damage nerd.
I will not know faith. My path be true.
Yeah, so because of my aura, I'm just passively applying an invisible condition every time I hit someone. So just free reverb stacking. Maybe we go heavy on the reverb stuff this run. He's lightning jabber. I like that.
I will take my pick. A mask, just like the others. I suppose the Merigorn's master returned to the Hells. Unless...
I have 2 more spell slots. Careful, I could spend it over on these guys without pulling everyone else into combat. Let's flourish. Almost strike will do.
Into the shadows. You won't deny me. Attack.
Three damage smite, let's go. Other summons don't share a summon slot, it's only druids. Dryad. You say Drider instead of Dryad, and I'm like, huh? Summons minor elemental. So, Conjure Elemental is its own slot. It only conflicts with Myrmidons, but that's because that's also Conjure Elemental. Animate Dead is on its own. Us is on its own. Planar Ally is its own slot. It's like there's different categories. The only one that's like a restrictive slot, I would say, is the Familiar slot, and that's Find Familiar. That's Scratch. That's Shovel. Rapier and Diva. No, that's not. That's because those are planar ally. Because Infernal Rapier is giving you a specific version of planar ally. The Scroll from Sorcerer's Sundries is giving you a specific version of planar ally. They are the planar ally spell. They're in that slot.
Objective noted.
That's not really restrictive. That's one spell and then two very niche things.
Into the shadows. A steady hand is needed.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are.
Unseen.
Quickly then.
You could have Familiar, Planar Ally, Conjure Elemental, Conjure Minor Elemental, us, and the Shadow. Yes. You could also have Animate Dead Skeletons going with that. You could also have Circle of Spore Zombies with that.
Heat! You're the one Greymon. He's stuck in there with poisoned geezers.
Poison Geezers.
Besides, I'd like to force feed him some of that shit he stirred. The eye's clobbered. Good work. Time to bust Near out and shred him.
I recommend buying Brithvar's Javelins.
Good. Drop it.
Talking to him here will have these two tagged as allies.
What then?
Then I'll stick Near up, down, and sideways till he's more whole than flesh. We take his gold. And I got more in mind if shit goes down smooth.
You could also have a spiritual weapon on top of all of that. You could have a grasping vine. I believe those are in, separate from everything as well. Dryad, Woodwode, also separate. So I'm gonna do a second level Agathis. I'm gonna put on, as much as I want to do the reverb stuff, I need to do Boots of Striding here. I'm gonna do See Invis. Dark Vision. Stone Skin.
But we got nothing to lose. It all goes to plan, and our asses get paid. If it goes belly up, we gotta scapegoat. It's Near's game to lose.
Needed.
Let the poison choke Near and be done with it, I say.
I will be heard.
go.
On the move.
Okay, so I have Stone Skin, I have Heavy Armor Master, and I have Adamantine Split. And I have Gloves of Missile Snaring. So what this all means is, if an archer hits me, which will be hard for them through 25 AC, but if they hit me, I'm cutting the damage in half with missiles, with resistance. And with Missile Snaring, I can reduce the damage by 1d10 plus my dex modifier as a reaction. And also, I have 5 resistance they have to punch through. So the archers can't hurt me. It's everyone else. Bryn has thunder damage and poison damage available. But the Mind Masters have a lot of psychic damage. Missile Snaring extremely underrated. Yeah, definitely. I think Bryn already used her action surge last turn. Yeah, she did. So she spent a triple dash and a double dash and still couldn't get to me. You enjoy your streams? Got him. He got me. Well done, Sora. You can see Drar isn't getting Witness. Drar might from me killing Greymon, but this is why we used to use Drar. But Thud isn't in the combat at all, so... Nope, still didn't for me killing Greymon. Cool. Oh, the Banshee we are definitely going to be using. I heard a cat yawn from across the room. Now I'm distracted. He's so cute.
Name be known.
I don't like making attack rolls, so I'm not gonna make attack rolls. Dalthor won't even attack me. Doesn't see a damage roll that can hurt me. Take the opportunity then. Guess I could have done an offhand shot and then go with Bow the Banshee. Frightened, now you're conquered. I want the thought to get pulled in. Just gonna stay here. You also don't see a damage roll to hurt me. Thank you, Stone Skin. I should maybe use Hat of Arcane Acuity for does that work on Bow of the Banshee saving throws? I would assume it does. But a lot of gear doesn't. Maybe I shouldn't make that assumption. No, actually this is fixed DC. I can tell this is fixed DC because the math is wrong. Base 8 plus my spellcasting modifier plus my proficiency. That should be 13, but it's DC 12. I guess Stone Skin also functions as Featherfall at home. Kinda same as Blade Ward. Getting Stone Skin from? Scroll.
Time to rest.
I make a psychic resist elixir for this? Yeah, I'll drink it during the fight. Hey Pris, how are you? Stoneskin was Heavy Armor Master? Yes.
Get back. One spark and it'll blow.
Critical step.
Beldron, can you hear me? Beldron!
Does not.
You'll strike them down. Prove your...
Bud, homie, where you at? Bud is not in combat. And my See Invis revealed my mage hand, but that's fine.
Victory awaits. Fine. Sword Fowler Loop Shriek fucks with NPC AI. Yeah, it certainly seems to. What did Nier even... What was its play there? Not shrieking anymore.
should never have come here. Ha! Ha!
He's just rolling well. Quag mentioning strategies and color loophole invisible to group up all the champions of the order fight together to cast Cloud Kill on them. Yeah, I did that on John Normal. If you want a recent example of me doing that. I didn't do Cloud Kill, but I did use that to group them up. How you doing, 3 Geese? Good to see you. Call it Dampen Elements, I call it Squirt on that damage. I'm proud of you. I think.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might.
Shit. Here's your cut.
It's Birth Force replacement. My athletics rolls, man.
Did they
Open up.
suffer? Over enough. They're at peace now. Praise our land.
An efficient path.
Can't bear to think about it. You don't need
We must speak.
We're together.
Resting well, that's
I
good.
shouldn't be surprised, considering our history. And so, to Moonrise Towers I go. Certainly not.
And
Dust. Stop fussing. It's nothing, I swear.
Efficient. Alright, max XP Grimforge. Ancient Forge, we don't have to talk about that.
My energy wanes.
I go for planar binding on the lava elemental. Maybe. You want your gnomes properly cooked? Of course. Not preparing your gnomes well? That's a pet peeve of mine. Grim still bugs? Yeah, the way I'm gonna have to deal with Grim is I think I'm gonna try to use the Lava Elemental. If I get a Scroll of Planar Binding, I can dominate it, and then I can use a series of Dimension Door scrolls to move it to where Grim is. Pushed it the other day. Pushing probably works, yeah. I figured Dimension Door is faster, but yeah. And I want to get it down there with as much HP as possible. The idea how to fix Bark is still in my camp despite the fact save his friend. So Barkus kind of bugs out like that if you go around in weird orders for the acts. And there's no way to fix it. There's a very brief window where even if he's in the bugged state, the first time you bring him with you to Act 2, if you save Wolburn without going to your camp, you can talk to Barkus and still get the rewards and stuff, and then he'll get stuck in your camp. Jordarel's greatsword's just so cool, man. Beef on the menu. Bugs are fun problem to solve in this game. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes they're extremely frustrating, but sometimes it's just another puzzle to sort through. Still have my short rests. Don't have spell slots, but that's fine.
Let's have a look.
I'm gonna want Gloves of Baneful Striking from Esther, I suppose. Because then I could use Oil of Bane, Gloves of Baneful Striking, Reefer Boots on Bow of the Banshee. I apply Baneful Strikes, I apply Bane. I might just go prone immediately. If they also fail to save against that, then stand next to them, they can't get up. On Blacketh to ascend her. I'm thinking, I go evil ending on this. So, Lae'zel wants to be on top. Which, if you think about it, is in character. That a thing? Yeah, as of patch 7. Each origin has their own variation on evil endings. Karlax is pretty fucked up. Not like Dirge level of like you're suddenly murdering everyone fucked up. Well, you are doing that too. But Karlax reads very much as the good person had one too many things happen to them and they broke somewhere along the way. Dirges is you kill everything in existence. You kill everything. What we need to do to get that? Select the evil ending. at the end of the game. Let's go Shining Saber of Skulls. Losing this stone skin's gonna be a shame. What can I do while I still have this? I could go for Boulette, but with this resource situation, I really don't think I want to. Nothing else to reasonably use the stone skin on other than Ethel's masks, but I'm definitely not doing that yet. For Lae'zel, yeah, just select the evil ending. Okay, I want to go to the Mason's Guilds to get arcane acuity stuff. But before that, need to go to Moonrise, buy more short rest potions from Lantarv, because fucking of course I do. Elminster should be here now as well, so I can just toss him. There he is.
Proceeding.
Tell me you're about to toss Elminster off a cliff. That's exactly what I'm about to do. What happens if you toss Elminster off? You get 1000 XP. Now, Gale will leave your party if you exit Act 2 without having had him talk to Elminster. But we can still get Gale in Act 3 by never having Gale join our party. I do want to do that on this run, so.
Undetected. Without delay.
Every origin has their own variation on the evil ending.
Leave no survivors.
That's an XP. Boy. Lantarf. Getting Ring of Spiteful Thunder also makes sense. I'll have to disguise after I talk to Lantarf, because I do have that negative 45 attitude with,
We must speak.
Roa.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How
About tossing.
may I serve?
Jazz, this isn't Google. There's not safe for work websites for what you're looking for. Look, it's Karlach. She's fine. Everything is fine.
Same as me. They wouldn't admit it.
Ah, a new face come to bask in the light of the Absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
Can almost afford Drake Throat Glaive, which will allow me to introduce Drake Throat Cold Snowburst on the Bow of the Banshee stuff I'm going to be doing. That'll be fun. Oh brother, that guy stinks! Need anything else from here right now? I do need flight.
And on.
We're among friends.
Too damn friendly, you ask me. God to hear it.
Still don't have Necrotic Resist. I'm gonna use Staver of Skulls. It makes more sense to use Leviatar Scourge. Which is where? There it is. I want to get the Helmet of Arcane Acuity, and then I think we clear out the Roof of Moonrise.
Above leaves no doubt. Something over there. This'll do.
There's a few uses for the Knock Scroll. Maybe I show off multiple this room.
Worth examining.
Maybe I have Buzzalump open up a vein for a Raj so I can just do a bunch of knocks on one long rest.
That's curious.
This perception check doesn't actually matter. Succeeding it is like, okay, cool, but it doesn't really matter. Mattis has the key to this. I'm just gonna pick the lock because I'm lazy.
What's that? I shouldn't linger.
Fire Quag. Everyone makes mistakes. I know how to get my extra attack if I open with an attack. But I do have a speed pod. Do this. Didn't quite work how I wanted it to. I forgot my C and Biz would reveal it. Not my smartest play. Moon Lantern so they can't teleport to me. Gives me more turns. For 1v1. Don't waste that here. This will be slow. Good acid splash build, love that cantrip. Yeah, if you take 6 levels of Evocation School Wizard, your cantrips that go off of saving throws will still do half damage even if the target succeeds the saving throw. So it goes from all or nothing to some amount of damage, always. 6 levels of Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer with an acid bloodline complements that well. Then you're adding your Charisma modifier as damage. And that damage gets added after the half on a successful save. So if you combine that with, say, Potent Robe, let's also say you have 20 Charisma, which is reasonable. You're then adding a floor of 10 damage to your Acid Splash, at the very least. So if the damage minimum rolls, you're doing at least 11 damage to every target, and it's an AoE. Very good. Very sustainable. And that's without certain other things. If you have Marco Heschker and you use the acid attunement, then you're adding another 4 damage to your acid spells, and you're making it so you have a chance to apply Noxious Fumes whenever you hit someone with acid. You could take Dual Wielder and add on Rhapsody for that. That's another +3 to your spell save DC, another +3 to all your damage rolls. So far that means the minimum damage for your Acid Splash, assuming you min roll and they succeed the save. 18 damage. That's without Alice Glow. It's without lightning charges. Elemental Augmentation works too, right? Forgot that. Thank you, Roxa. So, 23 to your damage floor. Did I learn Halo Spores benefits from Rhapsody? I mean, yeah, it's all your damage. Rhapsody boosts all your damage. And since the way Halo Spores does damage is that if you have Symbiotic Entity active, it's 2 separate instances, it benefits from Rhapsody twice. So instead of 1d6 and 1d6, it's 1d6 plus 3 and 1d6 plus 3. So you could be running around hitting people for 18 damage without damage riders on Halo of Spores. Frightened. Conquered. Rhapsody's the best. Yeah. Rhapsody, in terms of weapons outside of just poking with them, which it's still very good at. It's piercing damage. And it benefits from its own effect. Still very good on that front. But in terms of things outside of just directly damaging with the weapon, Rhapsody's probably the most impactful weapon in the game.
A trap, just as I expected.
+3 to your difficulty class on everything. That can be scaled. +3 to your attack rolls, +3 to your damage rolls. And it's a one-handed weapon that everyone has proficiency with. Of course I failed perception here. Need to come back with Fairy Fire. 3 with advantage. Guess maybe I could try Repulsor. There's a few things I wanted to try here. I wanted to try Repulsor, I wanted to try Gust of Wind. Try Thunder Wave. DC? 3 DC. Ah, Repulsor works. Cool. You don't even need Fairy Fire. You just get flush with the door and click Repulsor. Arcane Acuity. Good. Time to go get access to Unpass? No. Moonrise Roof makes more sense. I should try to get Shield of Scorching Reprisal. Because that's the source of fire resistance. I like having that in case I have to eat a fireball I didn't plan on eating. I'm trying to run around doing perception checks before I go get Hag-Eyed. Lets me at least roll them with advantage. Rather than neutrality. I should include the one in the Waning Moon. I could just spend an Invis Potion to do that. Grab a Rat Bat while I'm over there. I am playing very close to my weight limit. Does the aura work? Just applies to people close to me. Aura of Conquest? Yeah.
The fallen buried well, especially in this cursed land.
Actually succeeded?
Face smashed. She had enemies.
Never succeeded. Oh, I rolled a 19. Yeah. Do it. Cool. Was it so you give Karlak to Boal and get her head for the Paladins? Was what for that? I think I missed something, Keta. Sorry, I probably said something relevant to that recently, I just forgot. Possible to do? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do in any run where I sacrifice. And I'm not playing as Karlak. Snowburst Ring could still unlock people with that. I need to get the money to buy Drake Throat. I don't have positive attitude with Roa right now because of an incident in the Goblin Camp. I could respec at some point and fix that, and I should do that. Hang on, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Rara. Who do you talk to first for that? As Nemesis said, as long as you've talked to the Paladins and gotten the Hunt the Devil quest before sacrificing Karlak, as soon as you click on her corpse, you'll just get a dialogue where you can cut off her head. So I would recommend recruiting Will. Because if you kill Karlak without having had Will in your camp, he'll just not be in the game anymore. So you recruit Will, send him to camp, talk to Anders, recruit Karlak, sacrifice her, and then just keep the head. Somehow I've never seen these portions of your runs. I kind of speed through it since it sucks. Painful for me and for chat.
Let us have words.
Need anything? You see something that's already fabricated? There.
People decisions suck, by the way.
Need anything?
There's this idea that usually stems from just lack of exploration of the evil option, since they just feel so bad to do, like, morally. There's this idea that evil doesn't pay in this game. It really does. There's one singular time where evil doesn't pay, and that's raiding the Grove. But even in that timeline, it does kind of pay, because that's the most tadpole positive. You delete a lot of other stuff from your game, but it is the most tadpole positive. Evil rocks. There's a lot of good stuff tied to evil route. All of the gear Shadowheart gets for killing Aelin is top notch. Particularly the spear and the chest armor, but it's all at least good. Slayer form is good. Power word kill is good. Being the chosen of Baal in the endgame is very impactful. Getting Infernal Robe is very nice. It's easily the most desirable robe you can have in Act 1. Astarian's Ascended bonuses. Easier Merkle fight. Extra tadpole during the Merkle fight. Hey Grady, how you doing? Good to see you.
We shouldn't hang around too long, though. If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
Depends on the kind of evil, just killing every NPC on site because evil gets you little. Yeah, that's... I kind of separate that out from doing an evil run. That's just being a murder hobo. It's different. Buy this. These get backpacked. Shield of Devotion I'm kind of interested in because, spell slots on Paladin, am I right?
Take care now.
Politician Evil is my favorite playthrough. I want people to think I'm good, really just a selfish piece of shit. Yeah, Methlin, that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Like,
There's more where that came from.
the most self-serving and pragmatic route through the game is not necessarily the most evil decision moment to moment.
I wish my bloody arm up and head out.
It's, you know, acquiring allies to further your own ends. So, you know, stereotypical evil, you'd probably attack the Harpers as soon as you show up to Last Light, because they're not very nice to you. But, allies. I'm gonna kill all of them eventually, just not yet. Yesterday during Grady's stream, he was trying to figure out the Blue Letter Spectator is like, where's Quag? Questions. Yeah, patch 7 definitely made those fights more relevant. Steve J. Quag negated him. Oh, sorry I wasn't there, man. Did you get through? Kept Isabel alive, convinced my brother knew it's best, shop with them in Act 3 even. So next level, when you go metagaming plus pragmatic evil, you can kill Isabel and still keep Act 3 damage. It's even possible to have Last Light fall with nobody dying, including Isabel, but the configuration where Isabel is the only casualty gets you the Slayer form still. Saw that TP to Moonrise. It doesn't have to be Moonrise. I use the Gauntlet of Shar, personally. Simpler that way. But the version where not even Isabel dies if you want, the XP from Last Light Falling is really funny. Because you just move Isabel outside the barrier. If you move her beyond, like, this point, then the barrier collapses. Uniform sucks IMO, though. User error. Flare form is incredibly potent. This actually came up a bit, in Cass's stream yesterday, mainly because I brought up, while it was relevant, Slayer form was running through her party. She got through because she made some very good choices, but Orin has a weaker version of the Slayer form than you do. The only thing she gets that you don't is the unstoppable stacks, but like she doesn't pop elixirs, she doesn't have certain class features buffing it. Like, sure, she has evasion because she's a rogue, and she has 2 bonus actions, but you can make your Slayer way stronger than hers. 98 HP avatar does some damage. It can have more than 98. Slayer scales up once you hit level 10. Once you hit level 10, the HP goes up to, I think it's 153. Your base strength in Slayer form becomes 25, meaning if you have, say, resilient strength or heavily armored or heavy armor master, and then also the potion of everlasting vigor, you could have a base of 28 strength in Slayer form. No potion required, because, you know, Cloud Giant would be less than that. So you can run around with 28 strength. You have 3 attacks. Various class features still work while you're in Slayer form, including monk movement. And you can still drink your consumables. Use things like elixirs of universal resistance so things can't meaningfully hurt you. You could have Bawal's benediction so you have advantage on attack rolls against bleeding creatures. Slayer already wants things to be bleeding. You could run Tavern Brawler. Tavern Brawler with 28 strength, you are adding 16 to your attack rolls. Or sorry, not 16. 18. You're adding 18 to your attack rolls. You don't miss unless you roll a 1. Hey, Fish. How you doing? Good to see you. A lot of people tried it, maybe level 8, don't like it, never again, I guess, and don't know what upgrades. I feel like what people do is they just click it, and then they don't look at any of the things on the bar, like they don't read any of them. And then when they jump into a fight with no initiative bonuses, no effort to buff up ahead of time, they get melted and then never click it again. I'll roll a 1 often. Bawal's benediction helps. And Gale Origin solo kill Elminster? Yesn't. So, yes, but as soon as you try to walk through the front door to Moonrise Towers, you get paralyzed, you get killed, you get teleported to camp, and you're just a corpse with no control. You don't get game overed, but you are dead in camp. And if you're solo, there's nothing you can do about that. You can bypass that, theoretically, by getting into Moonrise through other means. This is something I still need to personally test, but I'm reasonably sure that if you instead enter Moonrise by getting arrested, by trying to go to Act 3 too early, I believe that bypasses that trigger. Now, I'm not sure if there's other triggers, but the short answer is, if you kill Elminster as solo Gale, you create a pretty big death trap for yourself. You get the XP if you do that? Dragging Isabel out of the barrier, Jane? You won't get her XP, but you do get the XP for the plants spawning. So you can get all of the XP associated with the Fall of Last Light minus Isabel without a single NPC dying.
Count your lucky stars.
I'm petting the cat. Is Damon going to Act 3 then? Yes. People dying to the Shadow Curse in Act 2, like in Last Light In, that's not a scripted event. That's them dying because they're physically there. If they are just not there, they don't die. I do like this being a good learning environment, because I learn things every day too. And a lot of this is just me passing knowledge I've gained from other people in the challenge running space. I'm firmly of the belief that all good theory crafting is collaborative. It's always someone bouncing an idea off someone else. Hey Foster, how are you? Learn things every day too, because I have a really bad memory. Valid. Go back to other setup briefly. Like these winged horrors, and then we're gonna fly up to the roof and clear that out.
So much. Not all dead. It smells strange. Foreign.
That angle would be too good to be true, wouldn't it? Frightened.
Taking position.
Conquered. Oh, this one just has no movement. Conquered. Can't do anything. You don't have ranged attacks. Stop. Found out you can have Gale cast Warding Bond your entire party and remaining camps. Effectively no cost universal resistance because he self-heals. Yeah, that's a thing, Skybound, that people were posting a lot about when Honor Mode first came out. Basically, Larian made Gale use the out-of-combat heal more aggressively than all the other companions because of his necrotic aura, and people started weaponizing that with Warding Bond camp casting. If you deem that acceptable for your runs, more power to you. I did one run on Tactician very early on with that and was like, I've seen enough, so I don't do that anymore. Business Lady Radio. How the hell are you? Good to see you.
I received. You will turn around in her name.
Okay. Turn around. Turn around.
To battle.
streams curious about what I did, I went for a particular lineup where I know I can push her off the edge. I cast that enlarged scroll to give myself advantage on athletics checks, and then I just pushed her. My first honor run, so I'm trying to see how OP I can become. I used a lot of strats on my first run that I decided not to going forward. I think that's the natural progression of challenge running. But ultimately, remember that the only rules that matter for your runs are the ones you want to use. So, have fun. I never push people off edges. I'm too attached to loot. It helps to know where the good loot is and isn't. Conquered. Sure. DC 10, but I didn't need the spell anymore. Every rotten carrot counts. Good, looking for some peace on Twitch, so obviously came here. Happy to have you. And as always, the desk-related offer is on the table, pun intended. Guess my strength 20, heavy armor master, and hag hair. I don't have hag hair. Heavy armor master, potion of everlasting vigor. Base 17. It's me there. Oh, the Banshee's attack rolls bonus works on throwing. That's cool. Also shit on Hurricane Desks? I can't. It's talent. Had a save as well as Banshee's Frightened. That's a wisdom save. DC 12 wisdom save. Is my spell save DC? No, it's capped. Let's look at the math on the save. So, 8 plus 2 from Charisma, plus 3 from Proficiency, plus 3 from Arcane Acuity is a lot more than 12, but it's 12. It's a fixed save. There's a few gear pieces that have fixed DC saves. Bow the Banshee's one of them. Holy Lance Helm is another one. guess. Okay. Sure. It's fine. Was it possible to kill the dragon in the last fight in solo? Yes. There's no reason to do so. But, yeah, you can. Couple easy ways to do it. You can paralyze it. You have the Strange Ox ally. The Strange Ox can win that 1v1 if you give him fire resistance. You could spam Nebulous Black Hole until it dies. You can Chain Lightning one of its limbs, and then it'll ricochet and hit its other limbs. Each of a dragon's limbs count as a separate enemy, so you can do some funny hitbox stuff. The Chain Lightning thing normally isn't applicable because the other dragon you would fight is Answer, who's immune to that. But, like, this one, if you make it wet and then you twin Marco Chain Lightning, yeah, as Trade is saying there, into each of the legs, it probably just one-shots it. Especially with Destructive Wrath, because then you're looking at, what, 160 damage times 5 times 2. Yeah. Or sorry, more than 160, because you're getting the +4 from Marco itself. 168. Yeah, 168 damage for each part that it hits.
Let's have a look. Minor hindrance.
Cats are very active today.
Open up.
They're rarely both in front of the camera at the same time. Cat being a cat behind the streamer. They were both here. White Freeze. One was there, one was here. You good, man? What's your deal? Sir? Can I take your order? Yeah. Love you too, you little shit. What class is Cat? I think he's a rogue. He's definitely got that cunning action dash for extra zoomies per turn. Still my level 2 spell slots. What are the downsides? Letting the hag take Marino and you beat her the first time? None. Unless you want friendly Connor. None. Forget sneak attack that procs off claw in the foot action.
Within reach.
They've been going for the check? Yeah. But you don't lose anything by going for the check. Like, failing it just makes her go. Not, you have to choose. So you can just go for the check.
That's curious.
Got auto-modded. Yeah, it didn't like the word wench. Good stuff back, thanks. Yeah, no problem, man.
Unseen.
But not want stealth to be successful. That's fine. Greater zombies are immune to frighten, but regular zombies aren't. Seems arbitrary. Have to test freedom movement spike growth. Yeah, please do. Have my facts straight on that one. Zombies being frightened is a funny concept, to be honest. It's badass. Like, if you're scary enough to scare the dead, like, goes pretty hard. If the answer is no, Landstride stomps up. True. Oil diminution is funny here with black tentacles. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't try too hard to stop them from getting in, because my backup strat is I lock them in this room and then 1v1 them because this button isn't an action in combat. So I just open the door, hit, run back out, close the door. Wiki says freedom movement works for spike growth, they're still taking damage. While the BG3 wiki is a very good resource, much better than most game wikis, and it's maintained by people who actually care about accuracy of information, it's always good to verify, because like any source of information, it's sometimes wrong. Nothing's infallible. Always good to test and confirm. Satisfying. Holy. This worked out pretty well. I miss. Black Tentacles kills him. Yeah, my Arcane Acuity got the DC for my Black Tentacles to 23. I was reducing their saves with Bane, and with reverb. So it was literally impossible for those zombies to save on that. All the while I was making them go prone constantly. That was cool.
Without delay. Handprints on the door there. Someone's been poking about, as these Faerunians say.
Hey, she learned. She didn't call it Fae Run.
What lies within? A small hurdle.
Search its power to kill the harbors outside Temple Ball, ignore your spike growth, says freedom of movement. So what that could be is they have freedom of movement, but they also have land stride. Cat, what are you doing? Because at least a couple of them are druids. So at least a couple of them do have land stride.
Found and taken.
Guess I know I left another Inspo book. Come back for that if I need it. Probably don't end up using any of these. We won't have Gale in our party until Act 3.
Spotted a trap. Move with purpose.
Raphael's still doing his Raphael shit. What do you mean? Took no damage. Hello? Why do you take damage sometimes? Other places are good for black tentacles. Feels like ice spells better in most cases. So the thing about black tentacles, if you have freedom of movement, as we were discussing, you can just stand on it and it won't ever affect you. Sure, you could do the same thing with certain other effects on ice surface, like if you have Nir's Boots, then you could do the same thing on ice surfaces, but it's easier to have this effect than that effect. Black Tentacles also does bludgeoning damage. When things fail to save on it, they get restrained, and they take bludgeoning damage. Ice itself doesn't do damage. So the use cases are a bit different. I like Black Tentacles for a lot of areas of the Gauntlet of Shar. I like it for fighting Moonrise people. I like it for Grimforge. For, say, the House of Hope, I prefer Ice, because it's better against Raphael. Both are good, though. Both are good. I think I want... I want to kill the ogres. But I'd also like to deal with Boulette. With my current setup, I go Boots of Striding Stone Skin. Use an Invis Pot. I could hit the Boulette spawn the land bridge underneath the Minotaur spawn. Drink an invis pot, get a surprise round on it, call ogres during the surprise round, and kill them all. I like it. Should get Knife of the Intermountain King or Defender Flail for this first, but we'll greet it with Rupturing Blade in case I want to apply that. Ogre stay even if you kill Drawer, move on to Act 2? Yes. Ogres are not part of the Absolute faction at all. Blighted Village as a whole just doesn't change as things happen throughout the act. All the goblins will stay. You know, the Sleeping Bugbear will never wake up. The Barn Couple will never leave. Ogres will chill there.
One true way.
This one looked like Minthara, not Lae'zel. I was disguised as Minthara. I have been Lae'zel the whole time.
Found and taken.
Hey Toddy, how are you? If Shield of Faith aren't concentrating on it. Priestess Gut has a version of Shield of Faith that is not quite the same. It's just until long rest. So I have Priestess Gut as a Spore Servant, Sovereign Glut. At the start of every day, I just pop over there. Couple in the barn just don't stop. Yeah, they're just going for weeks even. Priestess remained there after a long rest. Well, I killed her and I brought her corpse in my inventory. And then I brought Sovereign Glut with me, walked outside of the Myconid colony, dropped the corpse, had him reanimate her. So she's now just attached to him. Guess I'm doing this on purpose. Rune Viagra is potent. Yeah, imagine it is. Got the Frighten. Didn't do enough damage to get through Shredding Scales without Luck of the Far Realms. Which, I don't remember when I used. Thought I had it. That's fine.
Stuff your belly, brother. The feast's begun.
I want to do this. I want to get Boulette wet and then start doing lightning. I forgot to buy that lightning bolt scroll, actually. Fireball works. Technically, Cloud of Daggers can, just has to roll really well. Changing my name to Magical Boner Philosophy. Sounds good. And then, if a resurrection form stays around, yes.
Taste my fury.
Did apply Gaping Wounds. Which should mean I can do enough damage. Gaping Wounds is +2 damage on everything. It says piercing, but it'll match the type of whatever I'm doing. I can use that to help push through. Guess we Searing Blood and Smite. Titan String to pierce through to that extent. This is fine. Not frightened anymore. It's probably gonna flee this turn. Oh, it's prone now. Nice. Needed a better roll for that. Okay, he went prone again. I do still have a paralytic on my bow, just I don't quite do enough damage to pierce through. Crits get me there, but I can't rely on that. They need to equip the Doom Hammer here. Yeah, that wouldn't do damage. Smite rolled well enough. We applied the Bone Chill. What'd you miss, man? Conquered and frightened, but he still can do this. Landed the bone chill.
You sort of fight.
Hey,
Proceeding.
fuck is this? What? What the fuck is this? Bro was prone, frightened, conquered, ran away.
My energy wanes. Time to rest.
Patch 7? Oh, great. Thanks for telling me, Kuro. That's so annoying. Patch 7's just... ugh. Fucking patch 7 things. Never recruit the ogres anymore. If that's how they work on current patch, then yeah, I'm not gonna do that anymore either.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If
Call them
anything in
back?
my private
Yeah, while I'm
collection
standing in the
is
Myconid
to
colony?
your
Sure,
liking.
great idea.
Very.
I have never seen anything like it.
Rested enough.
Resummon them, need to one-shot Lumper reruns again. I can do that, I just need... Right. That's for oil sharpness, at least. Ugh. Super annoyed with it. Really wish it wasn't so buggy since the last patch. Love this game too much. It's really unfortunate that patch 7 just did as much as it did.
Into the shadows. For another go. Let's get started.
saving on things. Game lied to me. Cool.
You bow, or you break.
I don't need to expend as much resource-wise now that I've gotten through the spending scales. Even worth killing the bullet. 150 XP. If you don't care about 150 XP, then no. Glad they buffed Bullet. I think the armor mechanic's mostly annoying. I think the Bullet's a much more interesting fight now, but I do think that it's buggy. It cheats a lot.
Into the shadows.
And it's... the reward is not proportionate to the task.
Objective noted.
Cat, you good?
Let my name be known. One true way.
Like, it's not hard, it's just annoying.
The rock in memory of Myrna,
don't
a
know that on
shining
purpose.
light in the...
Really been worth it for Barb. I'd still say it's not. The reason why we care about Boulette at all is 150 XP. That's it. And that is far from a requirement, even in an optimized XP run.
I will be heard.
Will be no point in lingering.
There an
now
end
I've got
spot
the
stays,
local
runs
stock.
away everywhere. I think he stays after he's been to every location once. I think, but like, don't let him do that. Back in patch 5, the Golden Age, there was an alchemy mats tab. Just saying. does not have what I'm looking for.
Have I got everything then?
I think I've ever really worked on a Wrath build for a Barbarian. I find it interesting that the assumption is always Barbarian for Wrath. Wrath is most at home on a Rogue. Because think about it, a Rogue can take the Wrath boots you get in the Goblin camp and just activate him with bonus action dash at level 2. And they're good. Off to the races.
I will take my pick.
Lightning charges compete for that slot, though. No, not really. For one, the Wrath shoes are... You don't need any gear proficiency. For the Lightning Charge boots, you need gear proficiency. So, unless you are a race that starts with medium armor proficiency, a Rogue does not have the option to pick that up until level 4. Or by multi-classing out of Rogue. Also, Wrath is just more damage than Lightning Charges on this kind of build concept. Wrath is up to 7 damage. Lightning Charges are 1 damage and 1 chance to hit. And then if you do a hit that clears your stacks, you get a 1d8 lightning damage, but then you have nothing on your next hit. Wrath is for the purpose of a rogue whose bonus action dashing to increase their melee damage. Wrath is better. Physical appearance seems to match the other early barb gear, at least. I mean, let's not pretend people look at what the item physically looks like if they don't read the description either. Like, they're not going to equip it and look at it. But the mod's been interesting. I really like the aura. It's very fun. What's on Valor Bard? I think I played one of my parties. Support Development Lore Bard seems overall stronger. I would say of the 3 subclasses, Valor is probably the weakest. Just because Swords is so incredibly overtuned, and then Lore has a crazy versatility. Valor just kind of comes across as, like, an ineffective middle ground that would be better if it just commits to the things that the other ones are doing, but instead it does neither. What is the aura? If I frighten a creature, it has no movement speed while it's near me. Movement speed drops to 0. Means if I make something frightened and prone, that's that.
Hello, what do you say? Want me to take care of the little bugger? Ta-ta!
My favorite class after all this runs. It's still a war between Warlock and Cleric. Cleric is the stronger of the 2 classes. I just really like the flavor of Warlock a lot. But it's between those 2. Next Warlock run when? I don't know. Pretty sure I've already grabbed all the guaranteed spawns of this stupid fucking flower. Next run, Warlock. Next run is Hot Single Gale. I promised. Finally. Here's one. I knew there was one somewhere in this vicinity. Playing Paladin right now, so I deserve to do Warlock soon. Yeah, just a bit of Warlock as a treat. I get down with that. I don't think I've seen Quag do a Warlock main class since I've started watching. Well, my level 1 solo honor was on Warlock.
In memory of Miona, a shining light in this dark world. May you forever gaze upon
my
the
pure
lake you
Warlock
love to
run
play
in the series of me doing, you know, one run with each class. I believe that was also a Lae'zel run. That was a while ago now. Yeah, those are the only pure Warlock runs I've done. Warlock has featured heavily in other runs I've done. Class Roulette, it was a big deal. Jack of all trades, it was a big deal. My last Gale Barbarian run, it was a big deal.
The winds.
Spectator. If I peg... If I peg, I could just lock it down with fear. But the problem at that point will be my accuracy. Maybe that's something I wait to do until after I have 18 dexterity. But going for 18 dexterity would mean shackling myself to an elixir. Or the gloves. I really want to do either yet. Because I like having this, this 20 strength without the need of an elixir. So... Breakthrough will help. Breakthrough will help. Alright, I need to make money so that I can sell enough stuff to buy the Drake Throw-Glaive. I want to deal with the eagles in the mountain pass as well. Food warlocks. What's your patron? A chef. Is Ratatouille a food warlock? Yes, I know his name's Remy, but... it's funnier to intentionally get things slightly wrong. Like this. Try Illusion Warlock with bonus illusion, spell ring, and accuracy, just one on paper. I don't think Warlock brings much to the table for that. Like, I guess if you go Great Old One, you pick up Dissonant Whispers. But like... that's it. What's Warlock bringing to the table there? That's cool. 2024 Warlock. This is definitely different from my normal routing, but entering the mountain pass for the first time just under level 8. That's weird for me. I want to play Bard, so Warlock fits kinda. You could focus on Wizard. So Black just recently did a run where he was it was 10 levels of Enchantment Wizard, 1 level of Bard, 1 level of Fighter. You could swap out the Bard for something else, like that 1 level of Warlock. At level 10, they get split enchantment. So he was doing like 2 target autos, Irresistible Dance as a bonus action, or 2 target upcast Dissonant Whispers as a bonus action. It was a very cool build. What's the idea with Hot Single Gale? There's a buff Gale can get in Act 2 that lasts for 1 long rest. Basically puts a threshold on most types of elemental damage where if the number he takes is less than 10, he takes 0. So, a lot of Oil of Combustion, a lot of throwing smoke powder bombs at my own feet, a lot of fireballing my own feet. That kind of thing. I could stand in a wall of fire if I wanted to, provided I have fire resistance. And I think that's pretty funny. Like, what's the damage roll on Wall of Fire? 5d8. If I have fire resistance, and I succeed the save, then a max roll would be 10. So if I have damage reduction, good dex saves, and say the Helldusk armor, I can just stand in my own Wall of Fire. Sorry, I'm ordering lunch. Yeah, it's almost 3 p.m. and I'm ordering lunch. Just barrel stuff with a crossbow, fire arrow, oil, Russian shame, crossbow expert is borked. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame. I would use a mod that fixes crossbow expert.
Onward.
Ad break incoming. You won't miss anything. I guess I could have delayed this spot till level 8. That would have been smarter. I could just do the Death Shepherd fight. Satisfying. That low roll was unfortunate, but not unexpected. Exploration Point and Brimforge are the waypoint. It's once you use the boat. Or if you're talking about Ancient Forge, it's kind of a smart spot, Rando. It's on the stairs, but if you get to the forge platform without using the stairs on either side there, you get it the second you touch the platform. Grab the waypoint, leave safely. Yeah. You mentioned some feats that are straight up bad. Dungeon Delver. I'm struggling to call any other feat straight up bad. Yeah, Olive Peel's on the same page. Dungeon Delver. Every other one I can think of right now is useful for something. It's prone. I ended my turn before Divine Sense finished, so I get an extra turn of it. Probably means I don't get a bonus action on the upcoming turn, but that's fine. Magic Initiate does not ever seem worth a feat. Magic Initiate is good. Magic Initiate Cleric has Medium Armor Master built in. Now that's a bug, but it does. But picking up cantrips of various classes without changing your class can be very, very good. Magic Initiate's a good feat. Like picking up Minor Illusion and Blade Ward, or Minor Illusion and Eldritch Blast from Magic Initiate Warlock is very good. And you also get once per long rest use of a leveled spell from the list. Martial Adept is bad. Martial Adept is not bad. Martial Adept is better than being a Battle Master, because you can have a good class without giving up your entire subclass and possibly also your level progression to be a bad class. Also, let's say hypothetically you are willing to play Battle Master despite it being a bad subclass. There's a pretty solid argument for taking Martial Adept on a Battle Master just to get the extra superiority die. You ever picked Skilled? Yes. I picked Skilled on a Rogue to pick up extra things for reliable talent abuse. Does Medium Armor Master come in? Medium Armor Master is functionally +1 AC for medium armor builds. That's very good. Ooh, all of them? Alright, Emps, you can have that one. That was pretty high. Holy water work here? Yes, I was just looking to see if I had any. I don't. Oh, do we need just one drink? Yeah. The accuracy, man. Sure. I guess they just don't want to attack me. An Amulet of the Unworthy. 5 DR. Okay. We've talked about feats a lot. I'm still thinking about this feat discussion. I think I want to pull up the wiki page and we can go through together. Because my perspective on this has evolved over time. I think it's cool to revisit. Feats. Ability score improvement, overrated as fuck. If you are picking this, know that there was something you could have taken that's better. This was just a simple option. Actor is great, because it's a half ASI, so you know you get comparable benefit to this, except with expertise and deception performance. Performance less useful, but deception expertise, very good. Alert, best feat in the game, objectively. There is no argument. If you don't think it's alert, you are wrong. Athlete, extremely good. 50% jump increase and a half ASI to strength or dex. And going prone no longer completely murders your movement. Charger? I used to think Charger was bad. I actually used to think Charger's bad, because it's a really action economy intensive. You know, action and bonus action, that's a big ask. Performance expertise help you make bank or rock down a tavern? Yeah. But Charger, These charger weapon attacks have an extra 5 damage on them, just flat 5. That's really good. And if you take charger on an assassin, you get that action refresh. You could just open up with charger. Additional 5 damage, pretty good. You can use charger shove in order to evade, in order to, you know, reposition without provoking opportunity attacks. It's a niche feat, but it is a good feat. I'd recommend doing it on a rogue or a fighter because they get additional feats and they have good action economy. Gonna bring my wrong opinion to the table, say dual wielder can be better than alert. Entropy wins. So here's the thing, Ultimate Ninja Batman, you are also right. There are situations where other feats can beat out alert. For example, my current run, I don't have alert yet. But if we are looking at things in a vacuum, which is part of why you should not look at things in a vacuum and make blanket statements like best. But I'm condensing. If you look at things in a vacuum, there is no feat that individually impacts your gameplay across the entirety of a solo honor run, even on most group runs, than alert. Because 5 initiative available at level 4 is insanely game-breaking. It is very, very impactful. There are other things that are good. For example, Tavern Brawler individually can be more impactful. Heavy Armor Master can be. Dual Wielder can be. It all depends on the build. But Alert in terms of total impact on total number of builds is just, it's insane. But yes, you are right that Dual Wielder can be better. Spreadsheet might be fun for this numerical value. How often you take a feat? 9 means you take it about 90% of your runs, while 0 would be something you never take. That would be interesting, Renda. Remind me about that another time. I do like that. Hello, okay, boys. Crossbow expert, we touched on this a little bit. It's a little bit buggy. This, when you make crossbow attacks than melee range, attack rolls don't have disadvantage thing. This is, this only works if only one enemy is threatening you. As soon as there's 2, you're back to disadvantage. Which is unfortunate. But in a 1v1, this is a pretty cool feat. Gaping Wounds lasting twice as long is also cool, because Gaping Wounds is +2 damage to anything you do to them. This applies to your arrows, this applies to each individual tick of poison, this applies to each hit of magic missile, this applies to spike growth, moonbeam, you know, fall damage you make them take. Anything. So 3 additional turns of that debuff is nice. Defensive Duelist is underpowered because of the existence of shield. This is just shield at home, but getting a resourceless shield is not the worst use of a feat slot. For example, I would take this if my only feat options were ability score increase and this. I would still take this. I would still take Defensive Duelist if I was running a compatible build. Dual Wielder, we touched on that. Dual Wielder lets you have a lot more stat stick options, which is very, very valuable. And it even gives you a little bit of AC to compensate for not having a shield. Very good feat. Dungeon Delver, this one's bad. We don't have to get into this. Dungeon Delver just isn't good. Do the extra attack variants given by these feats work once per short rest, long rest, or per turn? Extra attack variants given by these feats. Could you give a specific example, Rendo? About ability improvement is not good for your companions. Your companions are just builds the way your character is. Why would you give them a feat that does less than other feats just because they're not the first player? And referring to, is it hard to improve their main stat otherwise, especially like charisma, intelligence, and wisdom? What do you think improving charisma, intelligence, and wisdom is doing for you? Raising a number for the sake of raising a number means absolutely fucking nothing. Like, what does it do? Because +2 charisma, or intelligence, or wisdom is +1 to your spell difficulty class, to your attack rolls, to your associated saving throws. It's +1. 2 is 1. Is that ever going to do more than giving them, say, Dual Wielder, and letting them equip a weapon that gives them +2 to spell attack rolls and difficulty class? Is that ever going to do more than giving them alert so they can act concurrently with your other characters at the top of the turn order for every combat? Is that more than giving them heavy armor master so they're just insanely tanky? I guess not. Yeah, the reason why ability score increase is a bad feat is because there is always something better. Now, that doesn't mean it's never worth taking, because sometimes having a generalist option instead of preparing for specific outcomes can be worthwhile if you are also hitting certain important stat breakpoints. Like, for example, if you are going for an Eldritch Blasting setup structured around the temporary Sharon buffs in Act 2. There is an argument for getting one bracket up being better, because let's say you're doing Eldritch Blast with Agonizing Blast and Potent Robe, right? Your Charisma is not just +1 to everything. Getting +2 Charisma is +1 to your spell attack rolls, but then it's also going to be 1 more damage on Gregarious Caster from Potent Robe, 1 more damage on your Agonizing Blast. That's more. I still wouldn't do it because there's still better feats. If I was playing a Warlock, I'd have Alert, Moderately Armored as my feats at that point. But there's more of an argument, and that is an example of a case where it's less detrimental to take ability score increase. Counterpoint, it's fun to click the stat increase button. That's honestly the best argument for Freskaka. That's the best argument. I think this thing is fun is an entirely different assertion than this is better than this. Me like big number? Valid. I like the math for Dex ASI since it gives initiative, AC, and attack. 5 is more than 1. How dare you have fun? Yeah, the thing with using initiative as justification for Dex ASI, dexterity is a very good stat. Like, dexterity is probably the most favorable example for ASI, because Arcane Acuity covers the casting stats. It's still not favorable, because 1 to hit, 1 damage, 1 initiative, 1 to saving throws, 1 to stealth, 1 to sleight of hand. That is 1 in a lot of categories, so it's less of a waste than other stats. But alert is still right there. That's 5 initiative. If you're trying to increase the damage on, say, your archery builds, sharpshooter is 10 damage. If you're doing, say, a melee build and you want to scale off dexterity, yeah, you can just use Fowler Alluve or Lorethian's Wrath, which are finesse weapons that you can two-hand, or Dancing Breeze in Act 3. Still scale off your dexterity and take Great Weapon Master. Or you can take Savage Attacker to improve your average damage, which is more of an overall damage increase than getting 1 more. Point is your tab gets ability points through Haghair and other stuff. You mean it's probably better to leave your casters in 16 and go for other stuff? Yes. Hey Reliosa, how are you? Durable. This one's kind of on the weaker side, because regaining full hit points every time you take a short rest usually doesn't matter. Maybe you're doing something of a restriction run where you're not allowed to use certain healing effects, and that can be good, but it is a half ASI and con, and I can see a world in which hitting certain brackets on your con can be desirable. If this is one of the feats that doesn't bring up the plus or minus widget, then this is a way you could increase your con on a wild shape build to have it persist into your wild shape. Certain feats will persist for your transformations. So if this is one of them, then it has a use case there. Get a mod buff durable during combat less than 75% healthy heal, 1+ con mod per round. That's kind of cool. I like it. Seems insanely powerful, but I don't think over buffing a feat that nobody uses is a bad thing. Or a mod. Oh yeah, here we go. I wasn't looking at the next line. Yeah, this does work in wild shape, so there we go. Elemental Adept, very good feat. I don't think I have to explain how good ignoring resistance is. And it doesn't actually mean you can't roll a 1, it means that a 1 is re-rolled. But a 1 is only re-rolled once, and it does not stop that 1 from becoming a 1. So you can re-roll from 1 to 1, but it's still good. Most of these feats don't work with wild shape. I don't know if I'd say most, Rando, but any ability score increasing feat that does not give you the option to click that plus or minus widget will work while wild shaped. So ability score increase won't. Athlete won't. Tavern Brawlers ASI part won't. But heavily armored will, because you don't get to choose. Heavy Armor Master will, because you don't get to choose. Resilient will, because you didn't directly choose. Another one been thinking about Warcaster or Resilient for con spells. Depends if you're already proficient, I guess. As Trade said, neither. Don't bother. But if you're gonna, Warcaster. But don't. But if you're gonna, Warcaster. But again, don't. Why? Because it's extremely easy to resolve concentration through other means. There's lots of gear that gives advantage on concentration saves. There's an elixir that gives you advantage. You don't need to waste a feat on that. Remember, your character is getting, depending on class, 4 feats tops. You're going to really spend one of them on something you could resolve with one gear piece or an elixir. That isn't that important in the first place because all damage in this game is avoidable. You could just not take the hit in the first place. It's not something like Alert where it's so indispensable and applicable to every single combat. No, it's just... Oh, beat you to it, Rando. I beat you to it. Oh, the same could not be said for Alert. I know you're joking, but... A Great Weapon Master, I don't think we have to qualify this one. Great damage increase, action economy, one of the best feats in the game. Heavily armored, as I mentioned, is one of the ways to increase your strength in wild shape builds. Getting proficiency with heavy armor can also be good if you are playing a build where you don't want to multi-class into it. Heavy Armor Master, one of the best feats in the game. It's what I'm currently using on my run. Lightly armored, this one's a little questionable, but I can see runs where you would want to take lightly armored. If you're playing, say, a wizard, and you are not a human, a Githyanki, or a shield dwarf, and you're not going to multi-class, getting +1 to your strength or dex, and getting light armor proficiency in the process, isn't the worst use of a feat. Powerful light armors, ballast armor, elegant studded leather, of course. But before Act 3, Shadeclinger armor. Minthara's armor. Minthara's armor gives you advantage on constitution saves, by the way. That's a light armor. 3 less damage, really that good? Yes. Physical damage is the most common damage type in the game. Shaving 3 off of every single individual instance of that is massive, considering you can stack that with other damage reduction, you can stack that with resistance. Let's say you had a heavy armor that had no DR on it. And let's say you had a stone skin scroll active. An archer would be shooting you with a 1d8 plus dex modifier. Let's say they had 10 dexterity, let's say it's a non-magical, nothing. So just 1d8. If they max rolled, you would take 2 damage. Sorry, you wouldn't take 2 damage. It would get divided by 2, and then DR would happen. So you would take 1 damage. 1. Max roll archer, 1 damage. And that's without other sources of DR stacked on top of it. Heavy Armor Master is easily one of the best feats in the game. It's not close. Is that just with non-magical physical damage? No. It's physical damage. When it says non-magical, it means not other types. So it doesn't work on, fire, force, radiant, all that. But any slashing, any piercing, any bludgeoning, Heavy Armor Master works for. Any feat I pick needs to play nice with the Resonance Stone. Another Resonance Stone enjoyer. I like it. Lucky. This feat is conceptually good, but in practice it sucks because getting advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws is more efficiently done through lots of other sources. Make an enemy reroll their attack roll sounds good, until you account for the fact that Lucky can reroll an enemy attack roll into a crit, and that crit reroll can bypass your crit immunity. So Lucky can just make you squishier. I guess I'd classify this as bad. hilarious in tabletop play, a divination, chronergy halfling with lucky, reroll all the dice. Yeah, this is definitely something that I think just didn't translate well to video game format. Alert good for rogue or ranger classes. Alert is the best feat in the game on every class. There are cases where you don't take it, but alert is always a good feat. Always, always, always. Without fail. Alert is a good feat. You'll find some people on Reddit who weirdly believe that having a dex modifier of +3 is enough for every fight in the game. Just refer them over to Your Gear's wiki page, and then have them come back. Mage Slayer. Mage Slayer is awkward, but it is good. Weaponizing your reaction is not something that a lot of classes have access to. This is a way of getting that. It also helps you punch through troublesome concentration a little more easily. Mage Slayer does work while you are wild-shaped or transformed into the Slayer form. That's one of my favorite uses of it. Hey, Astronomer. We're talking about initiative. That's why he came up. Magic Initiate we talked about earlier. Just, these are all good. All of them. Martial Adept we touched on. Martial Adept is good. It's better than being a Battle Master. But also, if you are a Battle Master, there's a pretty good argument for taking it because you don't have enough superiority die to fuel all of your attacks. This is a way to get one more for short rest. And also, as a fighter, pure class, you get an extra feat anyway. So it's less of a loss to take something that's niche. Medium Armor Master is good. It's functionally +1 AC for medium armor builds. I wouldn't take this on any build that already has access to heavy armor, but this is good. Best worst initiate in plays. I'd say Wizard is probably one of the less useful ones, just because scaling the spells you're getting off of intelligence here, when you could get the same spells from the Warlock, Sorcerer, or Bard lists for the most part, and scale them off of Charisma. Intelligence is just a less efficient stat most of the time, but they're all good. Mobile, broken. If you ever do a pure melee challenge, you will see the value of mobile. Just being able to make hit and run tactics and getting extra movement speed. Really, really good. Moderately armored, one of the most powerful feats in the game. You get 1 strength or dex. You get medium armor and shield proficiency. Taking moderately armored on a rogue lets you have some insane gear possibilities. I like taking it on warlocks, personally. Wizard allow you to learn spells through scrolls? Yes. The feat? No. The class? Yes. Magic Initiate really better than just taking level of that class? Do believe you? Please elaborate. Sure. If you want to remain pure class progression-wise for certain higher level features, then yes, Magic Initiate can be better. Like, for example, if you want your max symbiotic entity value from being pure class level 12 Spore Druid, well, you gotta remain pure class. You get an extra feat at level 12. So, unless you are using other features from a class at level 1, which you could, Magic Initiate's an option. If you are doing a multi-class build where you need to get a level 11 feature from a class, but then you need level 1 features from another class, Magic Initiate is a way to do that. One wizard dip on a cast build is really hard to pass up. I don't think that's one of the situations where Magic Initiate's better, but the situations do exist. Does mobile evade difficult terrain work with quick heals, cunning action, dash? It should. My understanding is it does, Jane. Performer, better than taking a Charisma ASI a lot of the time, because remember, 2 is 1, and if you start on 17 Charisma, this still gets you to the same bracket as taking +2 in it, you know, without outside bonuses. And getting music instrument proficiency is, think of it as minor illusion at home. In party play, that part of it is a lot less meaningful because someone will be able to provide that role, whether it's through using a cat familiar, using a cat wild shape, using minor illusion, just having musical proficiency from being a bard, or succeeding the check with Alfira in Act 1. It's less useful than a lot of other feats, but not useless. Polearm Master's amazing. I love it. One of my favorites, personally. It's action economy by weaponizing your reaction and your bonus action. It's just really, really good. I love it. Resilience, this one speaks for itself. Resilient is very, very good. Very adaptable. Wild shape relevant, too. Ritual Caster, this one's on the weaker side because this is one of those cases where I don't think the gain is worth using a feat on this. Like, this is the kind of thing I would just take a class dip for. Like, Disguise Self you can get through gear, Enhanced Sleep you can get through potions, Long Strider you can get through gear, Find Familiar you can get through a Wizard dip, and also that's competing for a slot with Scratch and Shovel. Speak with Animals is on a potion, Speak with Dead is from gear. You could just class dip for a lot of these too. Like if Ritual Caster gave Silence, that'd be incredibly good. Shame Polearm Master doesn't work with Tridents. Yeah. Let me figure out why Polearm Master and Sentinel doesn't activate. Patch 7 is wonky with reactions. It could be Patch 7 getting you. Sometimes you just don't get prompted. Since the patch, it's really annoying. Savage Attacker. This is a Paladin's best friend. Now, Divine Smite, if you like it, know that it's so inconsistent that Sacred Flame is a better damage tool, 1-to-1. If we're comparing them with no outside factors, Sacred Flame is a better damage tool than Divine Smite. But if you slap on Savage Attacker, you have more damage consistency, so you're less likely to be me and roll 3 damage on a Divine Smite. You have like 5 spell slots for your day, and getting 3 radiant damage out of one of your 5 spell slots is really fucking bad. Savage Attacker helps curb that, and it also helps the consistency on your normal melee attacks. This is good. The more dice you have attached to your weapon attack, the better this feat is. It's very, very good. Like, if you make a direct comparison between Great Weapon Master and Savage Attacker in terms of how much it impacts the damage of one swing, on average, Savage Attacker wins. It's that good. One step ahead of you again, Rando. Sentinel is good, especially in party play. Weaponizing your reaction is a good feature, and shutting off movement is very good. Sharpshooter, everyone knows Sharpshooter's good, I don't have to get into that. Shield Master is one of my favorites. Evasion is a busted feature that monks and rogues get, where when they succeed a dex save, they take no damage from it. If they fail a dex save, they take half. This functionally gives you +2 to dex saving throws while having a shield equipped. That's a passive effect, you just have that. But then, as an active effect, you can burn a reaction to apply what is functionally evasion to an attack. This means Answer's Breath Weapon, for example, he goes to do that to you. Shield Master, you succeed the save, you take 0 damage. You fail the save, you take half damage. That's on top of the flat bonus helping you here. All of Raphael's spells are dex saves. Dragon Breath Weapons, dex saves. Disintegrate, dex save. Lightning Bolt, dex save. Call Lightning, dex save. Fireballs, dex save. Smoke Powder Bombs, dex save. You get the idea. Really good feat. Spell Sniper's great. I don't think we need to get into that. What save? Yeah, I actually said con save a bunch of times. Tavern Brawler, busted. We all know that. Tough is very good. 2 HP per level doesn't sound like a lot, but once you're at level 12, 24 HP is substantial, especially for certain tank builds. Warcaster, if you're gonna take a feat to help with your concentration, make it this one. Don't do it, but make it this one. And then Weapon Master is super niche, but there are cases where spending a feat to pick up some weapon proficiencies and getting a half ASI in Dex or Strength is worthwhile. For example, if you're doing a hand crossbow monk and you are not multi-classing into a class with weapon proficiencies and you are not a drow, taking this feat is worthwhile. Because then you can use your monk martial arts die to overwrite the die on your hand crossbows, making them do longbow damage. And getting a half ASI out of the deal. Skip Skilled? Did I skip Skilled? Yeah, Skilled is good. Reliable Talent's busted. You can take Skilled to abuse Reliable Talent on more stuff. There you go. So, in terms of feats that I would actually call, like, bad, it was Dungeon Delver, Ritual Caster, and Lucky. That was it. And Lucky just because of a scuffed implementation more than the effect actually being bad. Would you agree the Resilient Constitution would be better than Warcaster or Life Cleric mainly wants to keep Bless up? No. No, I would not. Because Resilient Con doesn't protect you from critical failures as well as having a source of advantage does. You could have plus 99 to your con saves, but you roll a 1 once and it's gone. Having advantage and enough bonuses means you'd have to double roll very, very low in order to fail. Having advantage and plus 8 to your saves is the ideal. Because then you'd have to double roll ones to fail. Chance upload the sweet discussion portion of the stream to your channels. If you're in the Discord, Sao, ping me in the BG3 channel, and that'll be my reminder after stream to make a highlight.
What lies within?
Because I will forget. And I kind of don't want to sit here and yap more right now. Want to add a strength-based ranger knight to my party and want to have Polar Master and Alert first. No, in the end, it's all about how I play. We take Heavy Armor Master with the other two early on. No, I think any of those 3 feats work really well as your first one, Odie. Because Polar Master is action economy. That's really good at all points of the game. Alert, I mean, Alert is Alert. I don't have to qualify that. And then Heavy Armor Master, well, I took Heavy Armor Master as my early feat on this build, and we can see it's working out well. So any of the 3 works. As you said, preference. On Discord, how do I join? How do you get Longstrider from items? There's 2 different pair of boots in Act 3 that give Longstrider. One sold by Damon, one equipped on one of the Death Knights in the Murder Tribunal. Would you take Resilient? Mostly seen it discussed for Constitution. You prefer Warcaster in that case. There's a pretty good argument for Resilient Int, because the final boss of the game, the Netherbrain, has a DC 25 save to avoid being mind broken. So having proficiency and stacking up, advantage and a bunch of other bonuses can prevent your run from ending on the last fight of the game. It's a relevant enough save for certain builds, like let's say you're a fighter. Getting proficiency in intelligence saving throws can be the difference between you getting to use your extra attack and you getting 1 swing for your entire turn. That's a pretty good case for Resilient Int. I also like Resilient on wild shape builds because the stat increase you get from it does persist through to your transformed shape. So you could Resilient Con there if you were running a shape with an odd value on Constitution, and you wanted to have that con save proficiency for whatever you concentrate on before you transform. A Resilient Con is a decent pick on a Slayer form build, for example. I should talk to Esther. She doesn't like Gith, though. My food's here. Here be. Okay, you're gonna see the cat reappear because I have food, and he thinks all food is his food. So I expect him in 3, 2... a burger. Can I help you? What do you think of the fighter subclasses? Any favorite? Battlemaster is terrible. The other two are very good. Eldritch Knight is my favorite.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
How come Battlemaster bad? So, Battlemaster as a subclass is one that does not have active value. What I mean by that is there are no features that apply passively. Everything is tied to superiority die. So if you're not using a superiority die, you have no subclass features at all. Unlike the other subclasses. No other subclass in the game works this way. And in terms of the number of superiority die you have, you literally do not have enough to keep up with a base fighter's maximum attacks per round. If you're using a superiority die on every attack, this is without even using precision attack, which is going to mean you using 2 at once. You don't have enough to get through a single turn, resource-wise. So, that means you're spending a lot of time rationing your resources, and in that time, Eldritch Knights and champions are just playing the game normally, using their features, because they have them. Champion is entirely passive. Eldritch Knight has both active and passive. That's why Eldritch Knight's my favorite. Also fake. What Trade is referring to is almost every Battlemaster feature in this game is available through gear in some capacity. Including Riposte. Just equip Bloodthirst. There's Riposte. Except it's not attached to a resource, you just get to do it every turn. Disarming Strike and improve hit chance was nice though when I played with one. Yeah. Anyone can disarm by using a trident. Tridents get the ability to go for a disarm once per short rest. Lots of sources of accuracy throughout the game. But think of what you are losing out from the other subclasses, even in the instances where you're using Battlemaster features. Eldritch Knight applies disadvantage on all saving throws, on anyone they attack. Just as soon as they hit, disadvantage on everything. Champion just passively has more crit chance. Think of that as an entire extra gear slot. Champion just has more jump distance. Think of that as an extra gear slot. Champion gets an extra fighting style, which can be very impactful, because getting the defense fighting style is either 1 or 2 AC depending on what you have equipped. Getting the dueling fighting style is 2 damage, which is good. 2 damage is a lot in this context. Go great weapon fighting for consistency on your damage rolls. This is all for melee stuff. If we're talking range stuff, Battlemaster loses even harder because consumable arrows are a thing in BG3, and consumable arrows eclipse every possible Battlemaster maneuver in some way or another. but they're available to every class. The only exception to that range thing is range disarming strike is useful, but not worth the other downsides. Eldritch Knight's also superior throw build? No, Champion's better at throwing. I mean, Eldritch Knight is better at throwing than Battlemaster is, but Champion is the best out of the three of them at that. We have more yap topics. I'm enjoying my food. I got a pretzel bun burger, double patty. Got some nice cheddar on it. Champion plays nice with Great Old One, and I'm a sucker for Great Old One. Yeah, very good combo. It's funny how much you articulate how inferior Battlemasters and BD3 and Tabletop's incredibly good. Another translation issue, I imagine. There's quite a few of those, FEA. Battlemaster gets a lot of credit for its tabletop iteration, as does Paladin. But they're functionally different. BG3 does not work the way tabletop does in every area. The value is different there. An inverse example is Way of the Four Elements Monk gets shit on a lot because of its tabletop iteration. It's really good in this game. Sure, it has to stand next to Open Hand, which is very obviously overtuned, but it's good, yet people don't give it that chance because of its tabletop rep. The cat can finally has cheeseburger. Trying to think of other tabletop equivalent things. The value of surprise rounds is much higher in BG3, as it's much more controllable, and it's loopable. You can get a surprise round, pick someone off, reset the combat, get a surprise round, pick someone off, reset the combat. Illusion's not good BG3, fantastic in tabletop. Arcane Trickster is still good in this game, still underrated, but a lot of its features from tabletop are absent. I feel like Alert is almost a must-pick on fighters since you have all those feats. I mean, surely you can fit Alert in there somewhere. It's very hard to justify not taking it. To your point, Manfred. I agree with you. It's my experience with tabletop. Last campaign I played was 3.5 early pandemic. Early pandemic. Played a couple campaigns before that. Also 3.5. All of my first-hand tabletop experience is 3.5. Played 5e? I've not played 5e yet. Might try to do a 5e game with the 2024 rules, maybe. But, you know, finding the time. Hey, So Black, how are you? But people look at the maneuvers in BG3 and think they add more utility. I think these are the same people that don't use class agnostic features. You know, arrows, scrolls, elixirs. At the end of the day, BG3 is restricted being a video game. It's amazing things like 4 Elements Monk worked out so good. Can't compete with Imagination, only limited by the used rule set. Tabletop play like Divine Intervention. Or not having a DM who can skew things to make sure people are having fun. That's a big factor too. But yeah, your point, Hootie. Larian themselves specifically brought up this example at the panel at PAX West, where someone asked basically this question about, did you have any difficulties translating certain things from tabletop? And the designer, he brought up Divine Intervention. He said it lets you ask for anything, and then he just shrugged and stopped talking because he got the point across. Like, how do you do that in the game? They made a couple options. That's the best they could do. And nobody should expect more than that, because how the fuck would you? Rule of cool is important. Yeah. But then, like, you have the DM there whose job it is to make sure people are having fun. So that's why you have some DMs who believe in fudging HP so that people can get to participate in combats longer. Because if initiative is rolled and then the rogue is top of the turn order, they hit their sneak attack, they crit, they delete the enemy before anyone else gets a turn. It's supposed to be some sort of hype mini boss encounter. Some DMs will be like, let me just add a 0 to the HP total so that everyone gets a turn. Things like oath breaks are less stupid in tabletop because you have a DM who's able to interpret things rationally. If someone wants to do something that there's not necessarily a framework for in the rule set, and a DM thinks it's cool, they can help the player make that happen. And give Divine Intervention some dialogue options, I guess. Yeah, I could see an argument for, a couple places throughout the game. They tag a dialogue option as this. So, like, if you haven't spent your Divine Intervention this playthrough, you could do it for something. Sure, I get that. That'd be a cool mod, actually. I like that idea, Ultimate Ninja Batman. Good stuff. Waiting for the mechanic to finish with car maintenance. Ah, riveting day. The only other realistic Divine Intervention option I could think of is you can cast any spell in the game and become in a glitch somewhere. Well, yeah, that's how it works in the 2024 rule set now, right? Any spell, 5th level or below. So that's a much more sensible thing to implement. But this does bring me to this thought that, like, a lot of the changes in the 2024 rule set look at the very least inspired by BG3. So maybe at some point, consideration was put into, okay, how do we make this internally consistent and easily used at a table? And Divine Intervention let me cast a wish. Back to game. least one thing they changed after playing BG3. Said Larian's version so much better. Which thing was that, Nico, if you don't mind me asking? Just, I'd like to know for next time I have this conversation. Like, I saw a few things that clearly look inspired, like the weapon mastery system. But I don't have, you know, a concrete, okay, they did this because of this.
This is futile.
I considered casting guidance. Should've. I should not press F5 for a whole stream and crash rip 8 hours. Fuck.
Open up.
I saw a mod. I was scrolling. I saw a mod that I actually considered grabbing. Autosave on combat start. I think with the instability of patch 7, I'm like really considering using that. Because it's not like crashes didn't happen before the patch, but you've had your crash, I've had 2, Mark and I had 1 in our co-op, Mark had 1 solo as well. Anyone else having some crashing?
You might as well shove off. Steel. Eagle. Oh, sure. Please.
You two trade. Fortunately, I had enemy adjust as the last light, so I can not do that again. Oh, yes. Good to roll that one back. Enemy of Justice after fighting Strange Ox, you can hide, still talk to everyone. There's not a guard. Yeah. With Enemy of Justice, only guards care. So, if you just deal with all of the Harpers and Flaming Fists, getting Enemy of Justice in Last Light isn't really a big deal. The annoying thing is Art. Art will interrupt his quest dialogue to point out that he knows what you did, and combat will start. That's really fucking annoying. But other than that, yeah, Enemy of Justice and Last Light's not a massive deal. Jaheira doesn't care. Isabel doesn't care. You know, none of the tieflings care. Even Tally doesn't care. What was I gonna use in this slot? I don't remember. Of course, Tally wouldn't care. It was alright by Jaheira. True. I got off Harper's 1 by 1 and the game crashed. That's fucked up. I'm sorry that happened, man. They didn't have to. We got all the friends here. Well, not all, of course. There's way too many. But anyone who's enjoying BG3 challenge running content, like everyone in the chat right now, Trade, So Black, Power Hour, like I watch all their content whenever I can. They're friends of the channel and also awesome runners in their own right. Definitely go drop follows. I was going to do something specific for the Eagles, but I completely forgot what it was. Scratch. You have a ball.
Last time for chatter. The dog holds a well-chewed.
Oh, I didn't introduce myself before. I'll never forget him.
Thanks, Scratch. I need to follow mine. I'll get a preview tomorrow morning. Yeah, tomorrow, co-op with Mark continues. We're in Act 3. No long rest region lock. And Act 3, getting to Rivington, that means Coronation Gortash. We have to fight Gortash with all of his Steel Watchers and Raven Guard and all that. It's gonna be good. Doing Honest Monastery Gate. I should. I only have 4 bombs. What, the fireball method trade that we mapped out? Or are you using something else? What time? My normal time, Jess. It was about spells such as Cloud of Daggers and Produce Flame. Here's a wall of text. For context, Cloud of Daggers is a 2nd level spell that fills a 5-foot space, which on your average battle map grid is 1 square. This doesn't make it particularly useful since most creatures can use around 1/6 of their bountiful movement. Simply leave the space, grant to your fighter to keep them grappled or something. It's a lot to ask for a mighty 4d4 damage every turn. Cloud of Daggers, Crawford reveals the spell, now lets you move it after casting. Ah, that's cool. Do I lose a lot of runs after doing so many? Probably don't. I don't lose runs terribly often, Recovery Lord, but when I do, it's in, like, pockets, right? So I'll lose, like, 3 attempts at a run back-to-back before I focus up and do what I have to do. I reset twice in the Death Knight run. I reset twice on the John Normal run, in terms of my recent playthroughs. And then I reset once on my do the game backwards starting in Act 3 run. Basically, there was a dry spell of no resets for a while. And since then, I've been doing more to get myself out of my habits, so that I have to try new things. With Cloud of Daggers and Fireball in patch 7, haven't had the Cultist flee. Warlock used upcast Cloud of Daggers, Cleric used Fireball Scroll. Gotcha. I have good spell save. DC. Use my Fireball Scroll. What if I threw a bomb? Like, if I just multi-bombed, obviously that would do it. Angle's a bit tricky. Yeah. Better have a spell. I just found the spell far more useful in Baldur's Gate 3, except plonking a doorway, watch my enemies, usually after struggling through a spike growth and hunger, but I would be shredded to bits. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3, it being an area larger than, you know, a person. Yeah. It makes sense to me. Get gnomes at the gate? Yes, Collins. What we're referring to is, if you, instead of hitting the cutscene trigger, if you then just, if you attack them all, you can get the XP for killing the cultists, who, they wouldn't show up later. Those 2 Gith can show up later in the crush if you don't kill them there, but getting the cultist kills too, is more XP overall. Because normally 2 of them are just dead in Tharazin's office.
Without delay.
But you can get their XP. Yeah, they're halflings.
Welcome back. Have you
Yeah, that's cool info,
to
Nico,
enjoy
on the Cloud of Daggers logic. I love
If
to hear things
anything
like
in
that.
my
Thanks for
private
sharing.
collection is to your liking.
Does Cloud kill? No, it'll obscure them, so there's a chance combat doesn't start. Check Aaron for fireballs. Was the problems getting the halflings there. So aside from the bomb strat, Trade and I did sit down and spend like, I think this was like a Sunday afternoon, evening, just tossing ideas back and forth. Basically, if you use Connor or something else to stack up heat, you can, with almost complete consistency, use... I forgot I killed the guard. Well, you can use a fireball to kill all of them. Fireball with Callous Glow and heat has around a 90% chance of killing everything. Assuming this was also on a level 6 Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, Red Dragon, who took a Charisma ASI. So that was the control. That was the most consistent, but we also tried other things. Showed both strats, cool. We also did a Cloud of Daggers upcasting, is pretty good there.
Consider me intrigued.
Things that we thought about that ended up not being as good. Ice Storm was considered. It doesn't do enough damage. Ice Storm just isn't a damage spell. I didn't try Cloud Kill, which is why I don't want to try it now. With Produce Flame, they only realized how much it sucks to cast the spell when they play BG3. You have to build up to use the spell. No wonder people don't want to use it. Yeah, you have to build up to use it, and then it's just a worse Firebolt.
I don't know what we would have done without you. Of course.
Like, it's a Firebolt with less damage and less range. But what's the deal? Only pick it for the glowing hands. Yeah, it's nice for having a light source that's not attached to a piece of gear. But, like, that's not its offensive properties, you know? Usually do get box, put 6 bombs on it, Alchemist Fire, Shovel Drink Strength Potion, Shovel Drag the box. Yeah, that's what I usually do as well. You can see I was gearing up for that. Because I was moving the crate. But we do have backup strats, and I prefer the backup strats. More fun. You can use this flight potion because I already flew up to Moonrise Roof.
Undetected.
Where to throw the fireball from? Right above them. Hey Felicia, I just got food. Chat, tell her. I ate a whole burger. On stream. Well, I did it from here. Oh, don't go anywhere. I stepped too far. And they started moving.
We shall see how well your faith persists.
Now that happened to be visible for safety. Gotcha.
Uses you as jungling targets practice.
Where's the hole? Can't find the hole.
She will save us.
Of course. The absolute still your mystical tongues, or I shall pull them from your heads.
See, Ada. See how they whimper to their fledgling goddess.
Gave the cat nothing.
The captain's walls have enough kibble.
I'm considering something stupid. Do I even have the mats for this? Yeah, we're gonna, since you know, this isn't going to plan so far. We're gonna deviate. Hello? Oh, they ran away. Audit clearly lit area. Okay, so we don't get the cultist XP. Very unfortunate. Yeah, this one already died. Those two got away. So we missed out on
She does not answer prayers.
225 XP.
Best hope the captain's walls have enough kibble.
Which is a shame.
Absolutists.
I have my hand crossbows on. Oh yeah, I was gonna do eagles.
We shall see how well your faith persists.
Especially when Savage
They're
Tech
still
uses
talking to the
you as
cultists.
juggling targets practice.
Very unfortunate that I messed that up. Is what it is. We can do kobolds. Also could do Grimishka, can do eagles. Level up off the Grimishka before we fight the eagles. Yeah, I would have gotten the level already. But I skill issued.
Into the shadows. Unseen. Out of the shadows.
Spamming Radiance the Dawn so satisfying in this area. True.
I will not know failure.
Trimmer, can you cast a spell to show what happens? I mean, I could. Will I? No, but I could. Trying to radiant stuff through and forgot how busted throwing bombs to Callous Glow is. Yeah, it's crazy. We fully expected it to be fixed with patch 7, but it wasn't. So now I think the consensus is just like... just try not to throw bombs from height with Callous Glow on, unless we intentionally want that to happen. I do the fire surface multi-bombs a lot because, at least in my mind, there's an element of positioning around that. And it can be action economy intensive, so that's the copium. So, a thing has been happening for me on this patch, where if I crit miss or I crit hit, like, I've been having them in pairs a lot. No, I don't have Karmic Dice on. Just weirdly often. I'll hit one crit, immediately follow with another. Or I'll roll a crit miss, immediately another one. Always in pairs. I don't know why. It's often enough that I've noticed. Looked into turning off cheats? I can't. I can't. I am a fragile, fragile man. I need to cheat to feel anything at all.
Quickly then.
I think it's called a skill issue. That's true. Happens to me too. Used to be especially often rolling for checks too. Yeah, it's like a bit beyond what I would call confirmation bias at this point. I'm just like, this is a lot. Let's do Eagles first, Kobolds after. Level up. I probably don't go beyond 8 levels of Paladin. Reason being, 9th level is my 3rd level spellcasting, 10th level is built-in fear immunity. I don't want level 11 because then I have built-in radiant damage that I can't turn off. Meaning, fighting in the Gauntlet of Shar with my melee weapons would be a death sentence. Meaning, melee attacking things in the House of Hope would be really, really bad for me. It would make fighting the Elder Brain more complicated on a fight where it goes longer than 1 turn as well, I should mention. Could take Alert, because Alert is the best feat in the game. Could take Great Weapon Master, though I don't have much mitigating my accuracy issues. Dual Wielder? Not the worst. Worst option. Polar Master would be fun, but I don't really plan on using that kind of weapon all that much. Shield Master is great, but I don't think I need Shield Master until level 12. We most likely go 4 levels in either Fighter, Druid, or Sorcerer. For the remaining 4 levels, yeah. Miffed because I rolled like 6 nat 20s immediately after getting reliable talent. Doesn't enjoy Sorgadin. I don't, but like, you guys would hear me complain less about low roll smites if I had infinite spell slots. That was my logic. Oh, and this UI bug they introduced. So I have Cure Wounds prepared. I don't want Cure Wounds prepared, but I can't swap it out because Paladin spellbook is...
What's that?
Reload the game, maybe. That'd probably do it. I don't feel like it, though. Fighter's nice too for action surge and other fighting style, maybe be above the AC. Yeah, exactly. I could also go Eldritch Knight for a couple spell slots. We do this so I can get in combat with the eagles without going up there. Going up there is a tier 2 exploration spot. So we try to save that for much later. Leaving the barricade intact here causes them to get trapped behind it, or at least one of them. Buys me an extra turn. Gonna EP, have a nice rest of your stream. Have a good one, Sayo. Thank you for being here. You want to switch to Bow of the Banshee for onesies. Oh, that uppercut knocking him prone like that, that felt badass. I should remember becoming a Paladin enjoyer. No. That was me enjoying reverb knocking a bird prone from the rupturing blade, which is an awesome weapon that I really need to use more. Like this thing right here, searing blood. Look at this. Bleeding, you saved on the burning, but not on the bleeding part. Look how many conditions they have now. I don't know about that. 2 Paladins, 3 playthroughs. Seems like a Paladin enjoyer to me. Listen. Guys, has Mole ever been bug ran? All she says to me is you did this to yourself. Apparently would have gave him a ring or something. If any other kids didn't change anything. Yeah, if you piss off Mole, I don't think you have a way to unpiss off Mole. I mean, maybe in future acts. But, It's my favorite martial. Favorite martial. Probably Monk. Probably Monk. I get bored with Monk very easily, but there are aspects of Monk gameplay that I really, really enjoy. An Eagle used Gale on Lae'zel, but he's not here. Example, Fangs of the Fire Snake. Yeah, Fangs of the Fire Snake being a silly ability. Hey, Pigeon Monday. Oh my, I'm great. I had a good burger. I'm entering the food coma, but we got more progress to make in the run, so. Saved. It's rude. Don't do that. They're a little confused by my coordinates. I gotta move somewhere they can see me a little bit better. Featherball potion. They're still confused.
Time to strike.
How about here? Oh, I got that one in combat. Nice. Okay, there we go. Oh, this is why I drink Featherfall, because they might just knock me off the edge. Feel it coming. I put my back to a wall. Recognize the faults, but I got gambling addiction to smites. Something does not have to be like 100% optimal in a theory crafter's eyes for you to publicly enjoy it. So. Like, there is no better argument for a thing than I find this fun. That's it. That's as deep as it has to go. Kill that Battle Master. There you go. How dare you have fun? Imagine having fun. There's a sizable portion of people who do not play video games to have fun. Call them looter players. One of my favorite martial is Warlock based. Randomly sprinkle in my 4-party runs Paladin here and there, specifically because smites feel good. After encounter, they're out of spell slots while I'm out for someone else. That's a good way of doing it. I like that. That took a while. We get all these Master Play potions and a nice little chunk of XP. My fun is making you know how much fun I'm not having. Video game snobs, yeah. Some people do not play games to enjoy things they like. They play games to try to flex on others. And it's funny, like, there's this perception that that's challenge runners and speedrunners and stuff, and like, no. Challenge running and speedrunning communities are insanely collaborative and welcoming relative to the casual audience of people who don't know shit about shit, but decide that because they watched a YouTube short, they could gatekeep someone else. Like,
it will happen.
we're just gonna roll the 20 here. Watch this. See, that's close. That was the practice one. You just gatekeeping? Sure did. People who don't know shit about shit are the worst. The easiest way to identify a truly stupid person is find the person who's most confident they know everything. Me finally quitting ESO because I felt no enjoyment getting trial perfectas and was only doing it to have the achievements. The quitting games you're not... See, there you go. Easy, just get the roll. Quitting games you're not enjoying anymore is the healthy way of consuming them.
Blood of Lathander. A holy relic, surely. It must be near.
I find in pretty much all categories of hobbies or activities tends to be people who aren't quite at the top level but are near there, have this snobbish, elitist mentality. And I think that comes from a lack of self-awareness, Pigeon Monday, because as I said, The people who are most confident they know everything are the ones who don't know that they're fucking stupid. Like here in the BG3 directory on Twitch, challenge runners, we're all very open, we're all very friendly with each other. There's a lot of shared strats, a lot of shared testing, because that's what good theory crafters do. It's the bad ones that feel threatened by someone being better than them at something. I love when someone who knows more about a topic than me makes me see something differently. I love that. Because that means I acquired a new skill. Got a new useful piece of information, you know? Hail science. I really prefer to have burning immunity, but I don't think that's happening for me right now. I'm gonna go with this. I don't need Rupturing Blade right now. Those Lightning Jabber makes sense. I apologize for Ratbat. You're the only high-level player I watched play this game. Kept coming back because you're not a snob. In fact, super humble. Downplaying you. Oh, well, I appreciate the kind words, Pigeon Monday. There's plenty of awesome people in the chat here who are also challenge runners who I do highly recommend. After experiences in other gaming communities, I don't even put energy into pretending to tolerate people who I don't want in my space and in my community. I've put up with that shit before, even in spaces where I did a lot of theory crafting. And I have no interest in doing that again. So seriously, anyone I recommend is like there's no playing politics in the on Twitch for me anymore. I don't even pretend. Anyone who followed me in the Borderlands days knows exactly what kind of people I'm referring to right now. We're gonna use the magic missile tech here. Watched a couple of yours called raids and then streams. Yeah, when I raid another channel, that's just me bringing you guys over to their channel, and I only raid people that I trust. Again, bad experiences in the past. Luckily, I learned this as a teenager entering raids. Not being the smartest person is okay if you can learn from your own ignorance. Yeah, ignore that pride. In this group, I've learned so much about even Ratbat of all things. Knowledge is food, knowledge is power. I'd love to hear that you guys feel the same about this kind of stuff. Really, I just like learning cool shit about shit and sharing it. And seeing how far I can push myself with the things that I've learned. That's where I derive enjoyment. Kind of bullshit you have to have gone through to set such boundaries is it's yeah, I mean you know, you were there. But it's... I will say the BG3 community is so... It's great being here. Do I need to change out any more slots? There's a hole here that the kobolds can go through. Just gotta wait for them to actually do it. To reiterate, I'm not going into the room because there's an exploration XP trigger that I'd like to save for when I'm level 10. So if I just lure them out and kill them somewhere else, I don't have to worry about that. They're not handling the altitude very well right now, though. Maybe I need to stand right next to the hole. That's a satisfying formation. Go through. Hey, Pigeon Monday, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. And, of course, the kind words, again. It really does mean a lot to me. Hope you enjoy all the emotes, the ad-free viewing, all the good stuff. Kobold formation was a light cleric's wet dream. Yeah. What's so good about the Rat Bat? I've heard it mentioned a few times. So the Rat Bat has a completely unlisted feature where it does an extra 1d6 of piercing damage on every attack. And everything classified as an attack. So, for example, if you're a hunter and you have Hordebreaker, the way Hordebreaker works is you do sort of like... It's an attack with an AoE attached to it. That anything in the AoE counts as you attacked them. But it doesn't do damage. But Rat Bat will make it do damage. So, it's just like, it creates an extra instance of damage you can just lump a bunch of stuff on top of. That's what makes Rat Bat so crazy. My pleasure, sorry it wasn't sooner. Never apologize for that. I really appreciate it. I can go out into the hallway, get them to follow me properly. There's a hole they can use, they're just not doing it. About works for ranged attacks too? No, it does just mean itself. However, the listed feature of Rat Bat, the advantage against beasts, that does work for all attacks, including spells, ranged attacks. Okay, they're willing to use this one. Automod being very strict about wet dreams today. Offhand shot. Go back to my preferred weapon. Drop a water bottle. This will clear my burning condition. Also make a steam cloud that while I'm inside it, immune to burning. So when I use those boots, it puts reverb on me even with no condition. It's because the way the game interprets condition is different from like the buff bar. So for example, shooting at someone, making them do a dodge animation, you apply to condition. It's an invisible condition that the game uses to make them do that animation, but you apply to condition. So, almost anything triggers the reverb boots, because this game runs on conditions. The way Sanctuary works is it applies a condition to you, but then it applies one to everyone else to stop them from targeting you. So that's why when you cast Sanctuary, someone randomly will get reverb. Because the boots can only apply to one person at once, but you're doing something to everybody at once. Only Tobes, thank you so much for the 3 months. I really appreciate it. Goes a long way. Thank you. Vision of the Absolute worth taking a spectator fight. If you can resolve the low accuracy on the weapon, yes, it does a lot of damage. But it is not very accurate. Undercooked fish, condition. You overcooked chicken, believe it or not, also condition. There they are. Use another steam cloud, so I'm gonna go here. Water. Luckily enchants come in lube form. That's a way to put that. Somehow missing with an attack cause reverberation makes no sense. It makes no sense until you account for the way the game makes them play their dodge animations. It's like, it's tied to a condition. So missing is still a condition. Call your coatings lubes? I don't usually know. Try anything twice, though. I feel like the Arcane Synergy Circlet's so slept on, it's always triggering threat and condition over stuff. Yeah, it's a very good item. The main thing, we talked about this a little bit earlier in stream. It's a very good effect. It's just, Helmet is a competitive slot. You know, some builds are using that for crit immunity, some builds are using that for movement speed, some are for arcane acuity. It can be hard to justify just getting a little bit of extra damage in that slot. But sometimes, yes. I think my doctor might the reaper. Aggro the Warden doesn't aggro the rest of Moonrise, right? To my knowledge, it does not. But aggroing Scrying Eyes down there will call people from the rest of Moonrise, so be aware. Sorry for wall of text. Serious Reddit moments, not like absolute BS. Some bother testing, just assume it was false. Some wrote that any weapons unique or higher, green color or higher is enchanted and deals magic damage, simply doesn't benefit from increased accuracy. Doesn't say enchanted. Trade has done a bunch of science on that regimen. Trade would know whether there's exceptions to that, but on his channel, there's a command where you can see his spreadsheet where he has checked the, whether or not it's magical for every unique. To my knowledge, he's done every weapon. So, deferring to someone who knows more about the subject than I do. For a moment where Reddit's on the right track. Love to hear it. Clocks, yeah. Made Gruko kill Buther with Crown of Madness kind of satisfying if cruel. You might be a monster, but I like it. Is it Butter? He calls her like Butters, right? I don't know how you say that name. He still scream Butters, yeah.
within the artifact
I feel like fighting these two right now.
Uncertainty. Your
I was
curiosity.
gonna say hello, fellow gift, but I actually am a gift.
Ah, you are kin. State your purpose. And understand.
Genuinely love Crown of Madness. It's a shame its Big Brother Enemies Abound isn't in the game. Crown of Madness is awesome late in the game. Another So Black run he did was just Crown of Madness Fight Club with Worms Rock. After Worms Rock went hostile, you would just, from stealth, Crown of Madness, and then watch them fight. Then when that one ended, just do it again. Wish the Suser weapons were a bit more viable because their silence effect is awesome. Yeah, the difficulty class is not particularly high on them, so they're not consistent. At least they function as +1 weapons you can get early on. That's something.
Ugh, the filth of these. Impressive? Not the word I would use, but to each their own.
Okay, we're gonna want Knife of the Undermountain King, we're gonna want Defender Flail, Vital Conduit Boots, possibly Gloves of Dexterity situationally. First, let's back up all this. She doesn't have her Supreme Healing Potions right now. Just something I'm noticing. This is the first time I've come here so late. But normally she has 1 or 2, I'm forgetting which, Supreme Healing. She doesn't. It's interesting. I wonder what is here instead. Maybe it's the higher level arrows. Like the level 9 bracket arrows. No, I don't have level 9 bracket arrows. These are level 6 bracket arrows. I don't know what's different. Yeah, you've got Enchantment Wizard upcasting for Crown of Madness. You could also Sorcerer Meta Magic. It's random with her potions. I guess I've just been extremely lucky with those.
I heard
High DC Persuasion check in there that I don't want to fuck with right now.
Going badly.
Hush, Quanny roll.
I do kind of wish I had spell slots for this. It's fine.
A parasite, brimming with magic. Take it.
Taking my cue. You sort of fight.
Surprise? Cool. Guess I've had her live in a while. Okay, so we couldn't really get fucking Warped Headband. So this could get interesting. Have the mats to make a heroism at least. Yeah, I do. I don't think I really want to spend on this, but hopefully Aura of Protection actually helps me here. Surely it'll matter, right? Right?
Objective noted. To the you feel your parasite, your body grows, your skull groans and bends under the pressure.
Here we go for the bonus action, the Lithic Mission, solo on runs too risky. I do it basically every run.
You feel yourself ebbing away.
Very rarely do I skip it.
Only grows stronger.
This is why we like rolling with advantage. See, the double ones again. Why are they back to back? I don't overly care if I fail on this one.
The device yearns for the creature, for every part of you to the tad.
No more.
Alright, Paladin lets me roll Charisma. Do I just still want to roll Int with advantage? I can blame Paladin if this fails. Roll 1 in 400, yeah. Get the roll. It was me. Thank you.
You pour yourself into the tadpole's putrid magic. His strength multiplied. It unleashes on the machine. The two forces fuse violently.
Yeah, I don't know why my 1s and 20s have been doubled up so much lately. Very strange. I'm wondering if one of the mods I have on does something it doesn't mention. Or if that's just patch 7 weirdness, or just an insane coincidence.
The room swims back into focus.
No, this cannot be. Purification is my right. Treachery against my queen at every turn.
Yeah, sure thing,
I must
Lizel.
see the Inquisitor in his chamber.
The parasite. Take it.
Protocol.
It might
Yeah,
be useful.
we're gonna eat the gummy worms now, Lizel. If you enjoy her, I'm sorry that happened. Now, I actually don't plan on going half a Lithid on this run. The only way I'll end up doing it is if I fail to save to resist it. But I don't want to become half a Lithid in this run. Maybe just confirmation bias. Yeah, it's just, it's been happening a lot. Like, specifically, 2 consecutive 1s or 20s. And, as Orc Warboss said, that's a 1 in 400. Yet, it's happened like 4 times today. Now, that's still technically possible, but it's weird. As long as you remember to dump the extra weight before epilogue. I don't count on remembering.
Curious.
Earlier theories, the game gave you the same result. Quick dice in quick succession. Start to chill a second or two after the one roll. Who knows about randomness? Yeah, maybe I'll chill a second or two. That's not a bad idea. What does it hurt, right?
Think the Kithrak will cheer up when we find it?
I think.
Better when the Chikrai look.
Wish I had smites.
Tongues properly.
Undetected.
I'm sure you would. Likely before they have a chance.
Sort.
On the move.
Two yapping archers. They never stop. Catch this guy while he's over here. Get him while he's over here, I guess.
Hasn't gone.
Thanks on Bone Spike Helm for this in Act 3. I like it. Easy access to fear. I like it a lot.
Quickly then. To fight, and now
I've been waiting a bit before skipping dialogue. It seems to help surprise around consistency.
one true way.
Hey Jordy, how are you? I don't know Mr. Power in real life? No. I figure out what spell I like as an opener here. Sleet Storm? That kind of leaves me open to the caster. Ice Storm would have been perfect here, I just don't have it available right now. I don't want to waste my Blight Scroll here. Open with Repulsor then. Surprise, fine.
My path be true.
Depending on who he decides to use mental instruction on, I might die. We'll see. So my DR, they struggle to do any amount of damage to me. Still have the temp HP from the heroism I drank, so that's nice. I slipped on the ice. Paladin has to go. Stage fright. He had more movement than I like. It happened to him too. Just back to back once. I'm not imposing disadvantage, so the odds of that happening are extremely low. How's the spell compared to other Paladin subs? So much better. I have actual useful tools on this run, and it's great. Conquering Presence made all of them fearful, but they're fearful and conquered. So they're gonna try to run away from me, but they can't run away from me. I can still force opportunity attacks, I think. Oh, no, I can't. Cool. Ow. You're frightened. Should have another darkness arrow, that would have been perfect here. Total skill issue that I don't have one. No, he just didn't do anything. Cool. I'm still fearful over there.
I will not know failure.
Oh, applying Conquer to him made him fall down from the reverb boots. Explain this build right now. So I'm playing a mod that adds the Oath of Conquest, which is a tabletop subclass for Paladin. Basically, the features center around fear. Like, I can use Conquering Presence. Anyone near me needs to make any hostiles near me need to make a saving throw or become fearful for 10 turns. Now, fearful is different from frightened. Fearful is the one where you drop everything and you run away until either they can't see me, or they succeed a saving throw, or 10 turns have passed. I think this one doesn't even have the line of sight condition, so like that's crazy good. So they're just running away from me until this effect wears off. The other features I have, I can do Chosen Adversary instead of Conquering Presence to get advantage attack rolls against one person and then a chance to frighten them every time I hit them. And then also I have Aura of Conquest, so any creature who's frightened of me, near me, has no movement speed. Meaning if I make someone prone and frightened next to me, they can't get up. It's so fun. don't quite have the movement speed to get this one in my aura. Bro's still fearful. And now he's frightened. So now he's gonna drop everything to run away from me, but also he can't move. And now he's conquered. So he really can't move. Fear plus Sentinel? Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, we really fucked with that guy bad.
Open up.
That guy always has a Crown of Madness scroll. Mildly interesting detail. There is a part of the Aura of Conquest that isn't working right now. They're supposed to take half of my Paladin level as psychic damage every turn. But currently that's bugged and not actually working. It's still insane without it. I don't think it needs that part. But I should mention.
Back so soon?
Alright, you'll drop that when you die. Drop that. You're gonna want Daredevil gloves for any reason. If I end up going Sorcerer, then, like, this for my cantrips could be pretty okay. Underflail's priority, though. I'll get more money and come back. Hey, Chef, thank you for the 19 bits. How much you're awesome, learn a lot watching you. Thank you. The kind words are always more than enough. I appreciate it, man. Hope things are treating you well. Let's pop back over to the Kid Colony, so I can sell some stuff at good prices. Love to start doing challenge runs, so I ask a million questions, still getting comfortable with solo honor as a whole, though. Getting comfortable is a wise choice. I didn't start doing Tactician difficulty till, like, my 3rd playthrough, because I was scared of it and wanted to make sure I had a handle on, like, the basic mechanics. I think that was a good choice.
Not well. The nutrition my species receives from other...
I almost said, oh, I have to deal with Boulette, but I just remembered we dealt with Boulette.
Back. I do
It's a fun
enjoy
puzzle to
good
solve.
bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
The more I fight patch 7 Boulette, the more I actually really like it. I still wish it didn't cheat, but I do like it. Progression to start doing solo honor. As soon as it came out, I started doing it. Honor mode was introduced in patch 5, which was a few months into the game's life. Or patch 4. I think patch 4. It's either 4 or 5 for honor mode. But that was a few months in. So I had already been doing solo tactician at that point, and I'd actually been considering doing for stream content a like pseudo honor mode. So just solo tactician, but like if I died, I'd just have to restart from the beginning. There was no enforceable way for me to do that in the game, so it'd just be like honor system. But then actual honor mode came out, so I just started running it. I made sure for my first solo honor that I actually didn't know any of the legendary actions ahead of time, because I thought that would make for good content. So my first ever honor mode death was my very first attempt, Apostle of Merkel. I did not know the honor mode mechanics. We almost won, but I lost the War of Attrition because I didn't prep, because I didn't know I had to. So I think that was a really cool run that I still like. I was using a lot of things in that run that I no longer use, as I've restricted them out. And I know a lot more than I did then. So it does feel like a different game in a lot of areas, but that was a cool run. Learn a ton trying to. Yeah, learning by attempting is how I collect information the best, personally. It's just the way that my brain works. I'm sure at least a couple of you are like that. Mathematically speaking, double ones aren't so rare, considering chance depends on the number of dice rolled. Like, double ones have a 1 in 400 possibility, and 4 dice rolls minus the overall possibility, always 1 in 10. Correct, and sorry for the wall. Well, the way probability math works out is it depends on whether you're looking at things at an individual level or not. Like a rudimentary outside BG3 example. Take a looter shooter. Let's say Borderlands 3, for example. If an item has a 15% drop rate, that does not actually mean that you're expecting to get 15 in 100 runs. Because the odds of each individual run are isolated from each other, so in practice, you're not really deviating much if you don't get that 15 in 100. Probability math is fucked up. But, normally, this double 1 stuff and double 20 stuff that I've been seeing, I would just attribute to, oh, I'm lucky or I'm unlucky. But the number of times today where I've just gotten, like, consecutively, it's weird. It's been a lot today. That's why I'm alarmed. Let them tell you don't need math when you grow up, kids. Figuring out what I can sell here. A lot of stuff I might use. That. This many dice rolls in an average campaign, weird streaks are not that strange. That's also true. And that's a good example of how looking at things in a different sample size makes certain trends seem entirely different. Like, if you look at how many dice rolls we've done across this playthrough as a whole, those streaks seem less crazy. It's just in the context of, if 3 different people in one combat, one 10-turn combat, roll double 20s, double 1s, then it's like, what is happening here? But if that's across, even just across one stream, I usually stream around 8 hours. If that happens over the course of the stream instead of all at once, it seems less crazy. Class do I enjoy the most? Between Cleric and Warlock. Warlock, I love the flavor of the most, but Cleric gameplay in BG3 is my happy place, so they're kind of jointly up at the top for me.
Perhaps after I finish. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Go back to Mountain Pass, buy the stuff I want from Jira. How much they tested the actual randomness of the dice? It's a good question. Yeah, maybe I crossed the threshold, Felicia. Maybe.
Repositioning.
A few days ago, I failed DC 10 with guidance and Shapeshifter's Boon 5 times in a row. 3 rolls were nat 1. Yeah, that's definitely outside of the standard.
Back for more.
That's abnormally bad luck. Full campaign, you'd expect to at least get a fairly even distribution of all 20 numbers, right? By the item randomizer. I've not yet deceased. I forgot that I wanted to do that. But you reminded me that I want to do that. Use this rust? I have it. I can have a spell slot. It's crazy.
It's rather dark.
Into the shadows. You sought a fight, and now.
Theory busted.
Taking position.
We applied Shock and Grasp, so he can't parry next turn. No Unseen Menace, but it's fine.
Quickly then.
Shock and Grasp from that weapon seems to be pure RNG. I didn't see an associated saving throw.
My energy wanes. Time to rest.
If there is one, it doesn't show up in the log, kind of like the bleed from Flawed Helldusk. is just a hidden roll. For the Bane from Close with Power. That one's showing up in the log. Absolute Bane. DC 13. Let's see, Menace needs more love. Yeah, it's a great weapon. Cat, say hi. Be nice if they added the info of the crits on a 19 and lower. Well, it's there. You just need to use the inspect feature. 2D dude. This game does give a lot of information. It's just a lot of players never use the inspect button. That's one of the biggest tips I can give for aspiring challenge runners. Inspect everything. Beautiful held us. It's the deal with thrown weapons counting as weapon attacks and an arm triggering duelist fighting style. Throwing is this kind of weird in-between space Ultimate Ninja Batman. So for the purpose of Flawed Helldust gloves, you get the bleed chance that unarmed gets, but then you get the damage type that weapon gets. Throwing does get dueling fighting style if you're fulfilling the conditions. Throwing counts as unarmed for many purposes, but not all. Like, it counts for Tavern Brawler. Tavern Brawler does say throwing on it, though. It counts for Sparkle Hands, generating those lightning charges. But it doesn't count as unarmed for the purpose of, like, monk features, for example. It's very weird. It's kind of in its own category. It'll just selectively take what it wants from melee stuff, unarmed stuff, and range stuff. It's weird. Alright, Cat, are you gonna sit still so I can do the thing?
We have not been visited by an Inquisitor in age. It is an honor.
I would be more concerned than excited.
Curious. Unseen. Violence breeds madness.
Bro, you're just facing that way now? Mage Hand's not gonna do shit, is it? I don't like that this guy's fucking facing this way now. Sir?
Show no mercy. Into the shadows.
Okay.
Loose words are food for gay spies. You should know better.
If I have a speed pot, that would just be simpler. I don't. Ugh. Thorn does get dexterous attacks in your martial arts die. Right. When I was saying monk features, I meant manifestation damage. I should have been more specific. As we recently found out, yes, monk features absolutely do work on throwing. They're more precise. This one does have hold person. She did blindness because I have ring of reaction though. The only reason she did blindness. Always good to know who has hold person.
This is your end.
Save, nice. Bakushiko boots. Throwing does not get those. Hoping to land the frightened there, but turning in? I'm just blind again. Yeah, I said it does not batch it. Time for me to go EP. Have a good one, Sora. Thanks for hanging out. I really like throwing people. And objects. That's... What? Oh, look, Arcane Synergy. Now, I don't have a cantrip I can deal damage with yet. I can get one by multiclassing, or by using Morning Frost or Gold Wormling Staff. Sorrow, I guess. I could use Sorrow. I actually like that idea a lot. Ever killed the Mephits to have oil combustion meths? That is a skill issue. Fight the infirmary. Yeah.
This Cresh's bunks look entirely too soft for mine. Into the shadows.
Pick to fight. The
Want to do lighting charges and Ender Fowler would count as cantrip. What was that? It was Quagsire. The Quagsire. Or a bunch of them. Yeah, Pokemon. Don't sue me, Nintendo.
hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Jake, right here. Kevin is eating. I failed to push him, but we gave him displace, so he took the reverb damage. It's funny to me. Time for bed. Have a good one, Kegels. I love the reverb sound effect.
What lies within?
Leave the Grimishka chest alone for now. Alright, so all the Gith are dead except for the hatchery, but we don't go in there yet. Because exploration. I could probably use the magic missile tech there too. Just meh. But no rush. Hunger Hadar repelling blast build. Yeah, I've done that. It's not really build as much as something basically every warlock can do if you're pure class. There's no reason not to pick up Hunger of Hadar at level 5. And Repelling Blast is just one of the better invocations. I don't usually take that one, but sometimes I do.
Yankee of Worth would prefer this to a fresh kill.
Huh, Lae'zel doesn't eat fruit.
This'll do.
Her shits are probably horrible. She like just eats meat food. My favorite build, paired poison or rogue, charisma modifier. Sounds fun. Lots of cool builds you can make in this game. That sounds like a very enjoyable one. So I need missile snaring. Haste home. Thinking. Or Witchbreaker here. Fuck. Well, that's the worst case. Now Wargaz's gonna auto aggro. patch 7. I needed to be standing closer. Alright, we improvise. Solid chance I eat a fear and die. Not much I can do to prevent that right now. What elixir do I have on right now? Heroism? Yeah, it's buffing my saving throws. Put poison on my weapon.
Make way.
Now we cope. Went for Blur, which means she won't concentrate on fear. Encounter worth exploring in depth and custom honor, so many ways for it to go wrong. Yeah, I needed to be standing closer to the door. Take. Thank you, DR. Saved, it's awkward. Really boxed in. Really want this one dead.
Taking position.
Leaving near the door. I have to look into that. Concentration broke. There isn't up on the box though, so good. She's a little confused. Only Spike Row 2 makes it look insane, or party member, Water Spell, Pair, Electricity, Hunger, Vidar, Spike Growth, Gale's Ice Mage. Just insane. Yeah, it's a lot of ways you can break this game. I'm a solo challenge runner, so I don't play with a party. So some of the combinations are a little bit more tricky to pull off, but they're definitely still good. The orb? A very common question. I guess people really just don't use tadpole powers. Shield of Thralls. Around Lae'zel.
Let my name be known.
Looks cool. Yeah. So her AI does not know how to handle being on this crate, nor does it know how to handle you being on the crate.
I will hunt from the shadows.
Got 3 turns of blur left. How do I want to handle her? Our Mountain King. Double Toxin. Up here. Turns before now. No, I'm not actually. That for more saving throws. That's surprising.
Steady hand is needed. I shouldn't linger.
Picks a fight.
She's perfect sentry. She can't be surprised. Ho, 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 ho. Yes. Simply rolled good. Yeah, proficiency and wisdom saves. +1 from shield, +2 from aura of protection, +1 from my ring, 4 from my elixir. Another pair of ones, was it? Flourish. Yes, it was. Oh, I may have made that look easy, but she is one of the enemies you absolutely need to respect in your runs. Letting her cast fear that many times was me being very cocky. Yep, cocky, even.
Positioning. I will take my pick.
Perfect roleplay of Lae'zel. A cat hair in my mouth I can't quite get out. There we go. Yeah. Thinking about what I want from Esther. Think anything right now. Let's go clear out some the front guards. Moonrise. Because that'll be my last tadpole. We could go to Zarel's office, kill Gloric and the Scrying Eye. We could save Minthara.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing up.
Put on Gloves of Dex for the attack bonus. Even if you aren't benefiting from the dexterity much, or in some cases at all, they do have +1 attack. Equipping this helped my bow rolls by 2, and then my melee's by 1.
Do you hear?
Anything you want to say? And
Need to close the door.
Quickly then.
Need a good opener. Don't think I want to waste Ice Storm. But I may just do it anyway.
within reach.
Into the shadows. Light steps.
You witnessed assaulting someone.
No surprise, but you are prone. It's good. Crit thanks to Under Mountain King. Garden of Faith. Outside of the effective area.
undetected. It might be useful.
Closing the door before a murder spree is part of the human condition in BG3. Yeah. They were cooking with these adepts having psychic resist. Do they really? Huh. That's so based, actually. I never looked. Yeah. You know, it makes sense. You didn't know? I'd never looked. Because I had always played around, okay, Psionic Backlash doing 1 damage is enough. I never looked. Always learning. I can use Soulbreaker for initiative purposes now. Like, Soulbreaker only has 1 less initiative than Sentinel Shield. Back to Gloss of Power. You're never punished, you never need to know. It's true. Don't need Beretha's sword anymore. Only very briefly used it. But still worth having. Now I have Soulbreaker, direct upgrade. It's an awesome weapon if you've not used it. I'm a huge fan. She didn't like that door. Stealth successful. I didn't want it to be, if I'm being honest.
Without delay.
Hello.
Just so.
Bill Soulbreaker.
Worth examining.
Why is this door open? I guess it is always open.
You were witnessed assaulting some.
I love that you can just push that guy. know each of the origin characters have their advantages. What's the benefit of Shadowheart? Just keep getting fried by wolves. Shadowheart has built-in protection to the lesser effects of the Shadow Curse. It's very minor, but sometimes helpful. She can get Isabel's Blessing without triggering the Marcus fight as well, if she's the one who talks to Isabel. Shadowheart gets unique benefits from killing the Night Song. A bunch of gear that is otherwise not available. Now, you could get those benefits by having Shadowheart in your party, but if you're doing like pure solo, then being Shadowheart is the only way to get them. A lot of solo runners bend the rules to allow people in their parties during story events, me being one of them. Don't know Marcus. You can still fight Marcus, it's just the fight doesn't automatically trigger when Avatar Shadowheart talks to Isabel. Don't know why, just doesn't. You have to talk to Isabel a second time. Shadowheart also rolls the Altar of Shar with advantage, which is not necessarily a benefit because evil deity clerics just get it for free. Yeah. That's kind of pretty much it. Now, it's not like she's without benefits, because being a high half-elf means she's sleep immune, she's charm resistant, you can pick a cantrip that she just has. She gets shield proficiency, spear proficiency, halberd, glaive, pike, all of that. It's not like Will, where he just doesn't really get anything. Not that humans get nothing, but it's stuff that's less, flashy. Starring gets +1 to everything. Yeah. Starring gets +1 to everything, and him being an undead also does matter for a couple of things, like the spell rot room. He can just cast spells in there, and it's fine. Will gets the ability to not lose another eye, I guess. Will has rapier proficiency. No, seriously, that's his origin feature. That's his perk. He just, no matter what class he is, he has rapier proficiency. Gale gets a ton of exclusive gear and buffs. Arlak gets the soul coin thing. Will gets, a harder Grove entrance fight, because Will, the NPC, isn't there to kill one of the goblins. This cat is malfunctioning. Someone want this? I need tech support. Someone tell me how to fix this. Can't be the Blade of Frontiers without a blade. You boop the snoot? Oh, okay. Okay. Boop. Try duct tape? I don't see how duct taping myself would help. Always at the ready. Blade does stand ready.
Brothers, sister, pray with me while we wait.
I'm not worthy.
I think I unironically concentrate on haste when I'm saving Minthara. I don't have invis pots. Is the Raj selling those? Cat, buddy, do not jump on the desk. I see you tensing up. I know you understand me.
Welcome back.
You just want
True
something.
soul.
I'm not quite sure what you want, but he wants something. Alright, hang on. Man, what do you need? Ow. I need to stand up during stream more often. Definitely food in your bowl. I can see it. A meter of uncovered bowl. Sure. Ow. Ow. I'm normally not a believer in casting haste on myself.
I will not be slandered.
She's still a sheep in this scene in my mind.
True. Maker, and what do you have?
You heard the general. The Duke here.
Here.
Need to wait a little
You
bit.
ain't gonna do anything drastic, are ya? We've been nothing but loyal.
Need to wait a few seconds, make sure Minty's out of the room. Otherwise shit gets weird. Go over Dren, my beloved. Sorry, Mark.
You serious? We don't stand a chance.
That's the point.
The seat of the Absolute's power, occupied by a general that cannot be killed. But his followers are flesh and blood.
So this is more XP than Fezzark living to this point, because we got Fezzark's kill XP in X1, in Act 1, and his replacement is worth more than double his XP value. He is 50, his replacement is 110. Similarly, Sazza's replacement is 110, and Sazza herself is 20. So, making sure you kill Sazza and Fezzark in Act 1 gets you a lot more XP. Also, you don't get the XP for killing those goblins unless you do it personally. So doing the dialogue option, you don't get it.
Your dereliction of duty has finally caught up with you. Your sentence is purification.
We will cleanse
Idiot!
Do the shadow recall your name, prisoner?
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Not the surprise round.
Warden, aid us!
Scar my mind. I will gut you.
Prisoners aren't supposed to fight back.
That miss is catastrophic. That's a very big deal. That adept out there did Warpath's Blessing. Ugh. I'm lucky that didn't drag him into combat. Alright, so this could get really bad. I need to succeed the save on confusion. Do I have all achievements? Yeah. Achievements don't mean anything. It's just a checklist. But yes, I do. I did not succeed. Alright, don't use anything important. What did you try to do? Okay, she tried to cast something that's concentration. Sounded like she was going for a hold person scroll. Or spell. But because she broke concentration on haste, the turn ended instead. Actually, I think I like this as a countermeasure for contagion, or for confusion. Hey, Kaylee. Just force it so if my character tries to concentrate on anything, I just go lethargic. Accidental strat. Really like that.
In my best interest.
I'm gonna make her prone to break the concentration. Ooh, soul bread. Thank you. Okay,
I
Minthara.
expected to be greeted as a hero. I didn't think anyone would come for me.
Get
I
out
will
here.
pretend the lead the way.
Back and loot the room in a minute.
Reporting. Our enemies are everywhere.
And yourself.
Blackets will be done. Without delay.
No, 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 no.
There can be no respite.
I'm not worried about my chances of survival. I'm worried about Minty's.
You ought to be kinder, you know, to the
Fine Fist. She picked up a scalpel.
any one of them could be elevated to true.
Blackets will be done.
They accept the absolute.
An efficient path.
Then I shall have to keep them busy praying for mercy from other
Just
gods,
so.
won't I?
Quag mid? Quag mid? Why am I mid now? When did I get promoted? I remember concentration being so exclusive to the other Baldur's Gate games. Maybe it's because I don't remember much. You've always only been able to concentrate on one spell. It's just the mechanics are different. Different edition of D&D. Do the goat. No more Quag early.
The other
Larian, fix that. Ow. Ow, no. Stop. Ugh. It's been this way since patch 7. I always forget, but every time. Minthara just invaded my head. Oh no, Minthara is inside. Oh no. Oh.
Goodbye for now.
Woke me up. I'm sorry,
I
Kaylee.
will see you soon.
But yeah, Glenny, I played more last night. Game's fucking hard, man. I mean, I know I'm just not good at it, but like, also it's hard.
But we've seen
Be good to want to sleep now. I'm really sorry about the audio. Still, like, wide awake. Ugh. Hopefully they fix that. A large majority of the tadpole connection dialogues throughout the game just have that since patch 7.
One soul.
Patch 7 jump scare, you know. 5,232 until level 9. We still don't have Grimm's XP. Because of the incident. What can I do for inspiration in this act? No, there's one tied to Arabella, but like, what else? What else we got? Obtain Selûne's blessing from Isabel. Kill any of the bosses in and around the Shadow Curse lands in a single round of combat. I guess I could set up Garangoth for that. Beat the surgeon without being operated upon. Beat a member of the Thorm family without drawing steel. Okay, so I should go for the skill checks on Malice then. Yeah, skill checks on Thisball to make the most sense. There's an inspo for doing the jail fight. That's cool. Self-same trial is an inspo. Killing Yergir is one. The reason I'm scared of skipping dialogue when mind touching is in it. Ugh. Yeah. We haven't been inside the Gauntlet of Shar at all. A Darkness Arrow. Let's use it to steal the Iron Banded Shield. A7 AC. If I go abduct Mattis and knock him out, I could get the boots for 28. This is Corrosive Flail, not Defender Flail. 28. Don't need to knock out Mattis. Remove curse, right? 3. Okay, cool. Yeah, Gauntlet of Shar time. With Paladins of Gods mod. Which god do you choose? Vlaakith. I know she's not a god, but the game lets you choose her. It's lore friendly for Lae'zel. That's why I got the mod. With Gale Run after this? Yes, the Gale Run is going to be after this. The hot single Gale. Faith Leap Trial and Honor Mode seems like fun. It's so good that I completely route that room out of all of my runs. Isn't that great? Hey Third Monkey, what's the hot single Gale Run? Gale has a buff he can get. Basically, you know what gets you the Shadow Weave slot? Pick the other choice, and then until long rest he gets a different buff. And what this one does is it makes it so if he takes less than 10 damage from certain damage types, including thunder, fire, and force, and acid, instead he just doesn't take damage. So that means with enough dex saves and fire resistance and damage reduction, I could just stand in a wall of fire while throwing bombs at my feet. Oil of combustion all around me. Oh, it said hiding failed, so I hit the button.
Which he has. I've grown quite fond of you, you know. It would be pointless of me to try. If chances are many more graves than your... In truth, it is carnage incarnate. So if you meet the devil of which I speak, kill him. Consider no other course.
That was an advantage. That's a different one. That's what you get if you turn down the Shadow Lantern.
I don't reckon.
Gale has 4 different buffs he can get in Act 2.
Quickly then.
And it's Its choices are two different things.
I shall carry out General Thorn's will alone.
Bones on display, but not as trophies. Some form of dark ritual.
Alone. How many vowels in alone? That VA said yes.
I should know this symbol, but the meaning evades me.
Instead of the level 3 spell slot, yeah. And it's not a permanent feature, it's just until long rest, but I was thinking of structuring a run around that. Which functionally means in Act 2 I would not be long resting. I could throw on, you know, Bliss Spores and the Char buffs and... all that stuff. No, I got turned around. I'm good at navigating. Yes, that's the one. Gale is immune to fire, acid, cold, force, and thunder damage unless the damage dealt exceeds 10 points.
Open tomb. Perhaps the occupant was restless. Not so much a trap.
So, Oil of Combustion with fire resistance and no outside buffs. Most it can do is 9. Wall of Fire is 5 to 40. It's 5d8 with fire resistance. The max is 20. I can see the dex save. It's cut in half. So on a max roll, I succeed the save. Take 0. Take that buff in Act 3 at all? No. You cannot. There is a forced long rest. You could, of course, add it with Crypt Extender, but that's cheating.
A temple, I presume. Undoubtedly devoted to an inferior god. Within reach.
Shah's warriors must not be caught, must not be tricked. Only loss awaits the unworthy.
That voice. Could it be the dark goddess herself?
Welcome, child. Follow my voice and
Sometimes there's good loot in here, I'm just lazy.
Let's have a look.
I don't have the headband. I'm gonna have to try calling the ogre somewhere where I can one-shot them. This patch 7 made the ogres fucking weird. Roll good.
A play.
Are still alive. Just send them there. The thing is, Mark, they were running away out of combat. Like, so I called them against Boulette. Boulette burrowed. ogres went up to talk to me. I attacked in a way that right after Lump talked to me, I hit them. So then they started running away. Not in the turn order. Hostile to me, not in the turn order. So I was like, okay, let me go turn-based and I'll start combat. I knocked him prone. He didn't go prone. He had the prone condition, didn't go prone. I made him frightened. Didn't lose his movement speed. I hit him with haste 3 attacks. Never entered combat. Ran away. While frightened. With no movement speed. Ran away. So... I don't know.
Undetected.
Finally, someone who cheats more than you. Damn. You don't have to do me like that. I'm gonna use my other haste scroll here. I have the actions to kill all Balthazars. Shit.
Objective noted.
You find yourself.
Forgot a fight.
A friend come.
Oops. XP negative. That's fine.
Trespasser. Merkel's fat lapdog.
Guess I could still kill them, actually. Just don't get the justiciars. Yeah. What I got making choices 8 hours into the stream. Not thinking. Yeah, the fight over by the least expected foe. I should have before going here, but I forgot that I needed to double back or sneak through. Focused on my preparations for this fight. Worth waiting for the big guy? Absolutely.
Darkness shall consume.
Anything's wrong, going to sleep. Have a great rest of the stream. Thanks for stopping in, Kaylee. I appreciate it. Hope you get some good rest. Sorry for the audio. Portal dies, the other portal still summoned the dead one would have? No. They each have their own allotment, yes. If the Crusader specifically comes from this one. From this one, actually. So that was a 20. The highest they can roll is a 27. Once my haste wears off, I'll have 28 AC. No one here can hit me. The Crusader can hit me until I ability drain him a full bracket. So I need to hit the Crusader for 2 rounds, but then I'll be good. Yeah, that didn't apply reverb. No stage right yet. I believe I forgot that other fight. Just silly of me. Scatterbrained. With the Grim Deficit, I really don't want to be missing chunks of XP like that. Deep from Tremor Summon, just issue Crusader. It's from that one specifically. As much as I wanna stage right this turn, I actually need to jump. Whoa. +2 from Tactician, +3 from Strength modifier, +3 from Proficiency bonus. Yeah, I got ability drain you again. That's fine. I did put on Eversight Ring, so the Darkness Clouds won't be messing with me too much. Don't want to make him prone. Reverb is not the play here, because that'll clear the ability drain. Upwards of speed. Creature with Radiant Retort hits another creature with Radiant Retort with Radiant damage, they both die immediately. No, because Radiant Retort returns damage as force. Hey, that's rude. DC 10. But something to note about Radiant Retort enemies in this act is they have Radiant Vulnerability. So, let's say you just had Callous Glow on. You hit him, you dealt 2 Radiant damage, it dealt 4, then Radiant Retort deals it back twice over, so 8. Just Callous Glow is 8 damage. So let's say you click the Divine Smite, and for some reason it max rolled. 24 damage because they're undead. Vulnerability, 48. It's reflected back. You just hit yourself for 96 damage by using a first level spell slot. That's why Redditors don't like Radiant Retort, because they don't read. And then they'll just click Divine Smite and die. Yeah, I need to ability drain this guy a little more. How's everyone's day? Piece them up. Does it take a while? A little while, yeah. Raid boss Lae'zel is kind of busted. Maybe should be upgraded to an 80-man raid. Turns would take a while, but I support it. Quick grip was unnecessary because I hit stage fright, but I wanted to feel cool. Would you vote for when I still run Light Cleric or Tempest Sorcerer? Can't decide. Pure class Tempest Cleric. That is my probably my overall, you know, greatest of all time setup. Pure class Tempest Cleric. Highly recommend. Are you smiting, son? Not in this room. Also, I've been out of spell slots for quite some time. This guy shouldn't be able to hit me anymore. Form just means my tenacity doesn't hurt him anymore. Highest you can roll is 27 now. Thanks to ability drain. Play Dirge solo, you ever use Slayer form? Yes. On my previous playthrough, I used the Slayer form only versus Merkle. I was in Slayer form the entire fight. Slayer form is not ass. The Slayer form is extremely good. You just need to, like, read the abilities and build your character around it. I did also do, a while ago, a duo with Dirge and Minthara, where I was the Slayer the whole time. Minthara was supporting me. Obviously that's a duo, but you can see how the Slayer functions in almost every fight after I got it in that playthrough. But if you check the most recent playthrough, the Merkle fight, I was the Slayer the whole time. Not as a Astarion support, it was Astarion until I got Minthara. Radiance of the Dawn go so hard here. I mean, I would die, but yes. I would die. Necrotic Spirit Guardians, though. It sounds counterintuitive on the surface, because these guys resist necrotic damage, but it's just damage that's happening every turn. I'd be fine. Oh, I just have to say nah, I'd win when casting it, and we're good. Radiance of the Dawn with Blood of Lathander. Blood of Lathander does not work unless you long rest with it equipped, and then don't unequip it. And I switch gear way too much for that to ever be something I can weaponize. Nothing Survival Instinct can't fix. True, actually. I could just Survival Instinct to do that. You are not wrong. Get the Slayer form, still redeem yourself by the end, have happy ending? Yes. Just note that during your personal storyline in Act 3, if you pick the good route, you will lose access to the Slayer form. For my current run, planning on bringing Halcyon and moonbeaming the stairs and leaving people there while they jump past. Yesn't. They shouldn't, but patch 7 did affect enemy AI around spike growth, I know that much. They're a lot smarter about avoiding spike growth than they were in patch 6. I don't know how much Moonbeam has changed. I've not used Moonbeam in patch 7. If you're a cleric, you could just Death Ward, solutions already there. Yeah, you could. You could do 2 layers, Death Ward and Survival Instinct. Another fun thing you could do on cleric. You could do this with Survival Instinct as well, but while it's under the effect of Survival Instinct, or after being rescued by Death Ward, Guardian of Faith cannot disappear. What I mean by this is, until the duration expires, it survives on 0. It can hit someone in the face 10 times. Sits there. You just take 2 4th level spell slots, Guardian of Faith, Death Ward. You have an invincible ally that hits for exactly 20 radiant damage every single time someone attacks you or it. And then it gets its own turn where it does it too. That does mean you can make Guardian of Faith do 10 times as much damage as a 4th level Divine Smite. But you know, cleric can't do damage. Not allowed. Illegal. Mr. Struber, paladins don't get 4th level spells. No. My totally awesome paladin build with 10 levels of bard gets 4th level spells. Silly. Would jumping to a bit more attack speed things up? I mean, stage fright's over. But doing that while stage fright is on would have been the play, yes. Once the Crusader's dead, I can switch weapons. I'm getting 4 AC from these slots right now. But if I slowly switch things out, I remove the light. I didn't get Ring of Twilight. I was supposed to. I forgot. Now if I go back to hasting myself, and I use a peg scroll. I don't even need the peg scroll, actually. I can just stone skin. This is faster because they're not even going to attack now. At least a lot of them aren't. Maybe the Soul Hunters see a damage roll that hurts me. But the Avengers don't seem to. Let's see if these do. Yeah, they do have a damage roll that hurts me. Couple. Night Weavers are probably just gonna shadow step constantly. Oh, you will attack me. Why didn't the Crusader? Maybe it's something to do with pleasure into strength. Interesting. Sneezing cat. Alright. Yeah, Crusader just won't attack me now. They attack because they don't see that we're uncrittable. No, they could still hurt me. They just need to roll high enough. Because their max roll is 12. I have 5 DR resistance. So if they rolled 12, I'd still take 1 damage. Melee guys can't hurt me though. I've already used cleave. Nice. There's another double crit miss. I think there's something there. That wasn't a double. Being a giant Lae'zel made of stone who's undamageable. This is kind of badass. Bonk, 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 bonk. Raid boss phase 2 loses armor, deals more damage. A weapon with an AoE available. A corrosive flail. But no, that won't actually be AoE. Viatar Scourge works. There's a chance for me to take small damage though. Equip Sorrow. We're only on round 16. Which damage they're resistant to? Necrotic. They have no poison resistance at all. This idea that poison resistance and immunity is common, it's a myth. Not true. tell you, it's just not true. Like, Dwergar have it. Undead that are not, like, these armors have it. Steel Watchers, I think, are immune. Like, every cultist in Moonrise Towers, with the exception of the Dwergar, doesn't have it. All the Harpers, except Astarion. Which pure sorcerer and element is the strongest in your opinion? I think strongest without context is completely unquantifiable. Because, like, I could say something disingenuous, like, sure, a wild magic sorcerer could get action surge on every single wild magic surge and be stronger than the others just from action economy. And you know that's not going to happen, but it can happen, so what do we do with that? You can use a Draconic Bloodline sorcerer to do insane Scorching Ray damage, especially at higher levels. But you can use Draconic Bloodline instead of a red dragon or a brass dragon, you could go with a white dragon, get Armor of Agathis, and do some crazy tank build stuff. There's no... And then Storm Sorcerer, just call lightning spam is good too. There's no strongest. They're all viable. Still do more damage though than fireballs. It's true. This fight is another Paladin L, by the way. Because I can't use my Divine Smites. I have no AoE. So this is how I have to handle it. This, or I start using scrolls and throwables. Whereas a Tiger Barbarian or a Swords Bard could be spamming AoEs the entire time. Swords Bard, Warlock, Ranger would all be laying down some AoE spells. You throw a dagger further than you can cast Fireball. Depending on the terrain, yes. You can arc daggers over certain cover that you can't get a Fireball around. No, that's not precisely what you were asking, but... Also, Githyanki polearm animations are so sick. The idol. Like the swings. I know we talk about this often, but good stuff. I don't know why they just kind of stopped hitting me. 24, they can hit me. Sure, they have to roll pretty high, but they can. D4 plus 2. I like that. Ring of Arcane Synergy with Sorrow? We're doing it. Cloak being stone as well is kind of mesmerizing. Yeah, +2 from Arcane Synergy. Love to see it. Almost through it. Zero, careful. Beckoning Darkness. Charisma save, though. I'm good at those. I did fail one earlier. I'm good at these. Gotta drag the Moon Lantern with me. Only around 25. This is also a good showcase of why I don't AC tank every run. Because every fight just becomes this long. This is without me hitting a point where they can't hit me, but they can't damage me, so. Well, technically they can, they just need to roll, like, perfectly. And they're not doing that. Stop missing. Ooh. If I do Vivacious Cloak, I can get the temp HP off of casting Sorrowful Lash in close quarters. I like this. This isn't what I intended on doing for my setup, but it's cool. Look at this. Well, I didn't get it. I think that's because I already have temp HP. They can't damage me to get rid of it. That pile of bodies. Heard of the Dark Urge, get ready for the Frog Urge. It's just the same, except lays up. Yes, I know some of you have experienced a different frog urge. I'm gonna need you to hold it in. Control yourself. Pass the wisdom save. No? Oh, understandable. The frog urge is me wanting to bang the frog? Yes. I'm not sorry. Based. Githyanki should have advantage on attack rolls against insects. That's it. That's my entire piece. Started playing, I thought they had extra jump distance. Yeah, people really overstate the race features. Like, once per long rest, jump and Misty Step. Yay. What makes Githyanki good is their gear proficiencies. And those aren't relevant if you're playing a martial. Then you're left with astral knowledge. I'm a Githyanki for this run because it's all flavorful being Lae'zel and whatnot. Dealing with your shit right now, Balthazar. I'm annoyed I deleted some XP.
My eyes grow heavy. Best to make camp.
Already over? Yeah, it was a short fight. Let's go fight the Measles.
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not. God's blood, this is heavy.
Daredevil gloves for Sorrow could be funny. Sure. Say this so randomly. What, that they need to sleep? I believe it's the game telling you you have a long rest event in the queue. That's why they say that. I don't long rest very frequently, and my characters say it a lot, so that checks out for me.
That's curious.
have stomped him by accident. You miss. Down there. Missed again? My accuracy today, man. Silence. Right. I took 0, they took 15. Thank you, Fire Shield. Miss. What elixir do I have on? Large. Guess arrows would be better here. More accuracy. Both types. Colossus is giving me advantage on these throws. C10. The bad attack rolls are really causing the issues here. Lazel blasted Mezel. I've easily abused. Grab my moon lantern, right?
Make way.
Can't see. How do you figure? Fuck me then. Shield with rolls. Right click, drop it first. What? Perished in a... What? And I didn't get XP... What? That's twice the game stole my XP today. No patch 7? No, I understand what happened here. While it was in the animation of being thrown by me, it went through the kill box. And because technically I hadn't done anything hostile to it yet, it was treated as if it had just jumped to its death. And you don't get XP for that. Or, based on these experiences, maybe it's not that. Maybe I'm giving the game too much credit. Trade and Rando are saying similar things. I'm happy to blame patch 7. Patch 7 sucks. I could hop on that train. Did I never get Shadow Battlefield? Didn't. Patch 7 gave my field the crop blight. Patch 7 put the bones back into my salmon fillet.
I will take my pick.
Target is too far. Can target that, which is funny.
Taking position.
I could sciatic overload and that would help Sorrow and my weapon attacks. That's fun. Might end up even using Sorrow later in the game. Though there's a shield in the Murder Tribunal. Imposes disadvantage on people trying to resist my fear effects. I'll have Resonant Stone though. So, yeah, maybe this ends up being the Sorrow run. Just thematic as fuck. Imagine a Paladin who just seems very, very dangerous walks in, you ask them what their oath is, and they say Conquest, and then they show you their weapon called Sorrow before growing to be 10 feet tall and turning their skin to stone. Weird way to pronounce rat bat. Listen, Trade, I'm pretending the rat bat doesn't exist. You should try it. Call a therapist, but not for me. Yeah, the last time I experienced this much edge, it was college. Did rap out boots a sign of movement. I regret it. Yeah. Yeah. When you have the silver sword of the astral plane, legendary weapon of the Githyanki people, and it's outdone in psychic damage by the fucking rat bat. I was gonna stop stream a while ago, but I was just still having fun. I've been live for 9 hours. I really shouldn't keep going. We're so close to a level, relative. Hearing sorrow, you should read that note in the tower you're in. On the ground floor over there? That's like over there. You know? And I'm over here. Super sad lore, though. It's pretty much Act 2's whole thing, isn't it? Wait, they're back now? They ran off before. Why are you here? They always do this. Oh. It's a shame the goblets got the harpers.
Celebrating.
Into the shadows.
Action refresh lash is nice. Yeah, I'm really liking it. Oh, I have attacking from shadows. Are you human? That's why. This far away and I get advantage from attacking from shadows. Crazy. Wait, why did that make you fall down? Okay. Is that already? Yeah, long dead.
Taking position.
Super cool build. Add 4 more to the goblin kill count. You don't lose XP for sending Carnus into the shadow sniping the roof, right? The only XP loss in that section that you might be incurring is if you aren't getting the hyena. That goblin. But like, meh. Unless you're dirge, it's not significant. Actually became a dagger's new sheath, it's true. There's nothing over here. Why am I walking over here? We just have, like, the thorns. I guess there's one more, needle blight fight. And then the mound. Not dealing with the mound right now, though. Did I do the burps? I did not. Have alert. I can do that now. Shadow Person did give less XP to their alive counterparts. No, it's the same, minus the hyena. And Karnus gets really dumb when he's Shadow Curse. Like, he's not willing to dash anymore. Or will he use Sanctuary? His special Sanctuary that they gave psychic damage to. He'll still have his retaliation, so just don't attack his allies. Shadow Cursed Undead can't cast spells. So that alone nerfs Karnus a lot, even without the Perception range stuff. Right, that's fun. Also, Alcos fire the ground, start the fight, close crows fly in, die to burning. Ah, that's a good thought. I like that. 7 damage. I'm grouping up a little bit. Hoping they all end up here. No. For the fire? Fine. Three misses. Frightened and prone. I've asked this before. Is there a consistent rule for what takes half an action versus full action starting combat? Sometimes I start a fight. Attack takes my full action. Sometimes I can use a second attack. Yeah, there's some methodology to it. If you, like, start the combat at a certain... Basically, it's timing based, is the short answer, Random. It's timing based. If you time the start of combat during a precise window, not only will you keep your action, you will have extra attack off of the attack that you did, in addition to what you normally have.
Open up.
But there's also a window of timing where you just lose your entire action. It's finicky. But it's yet another thing that's connected to the fact that the game is running entirely on 6-second intervals the entire time. And each of those 6-second intervals is separate from each other. So, things that consider something having happened in a certain round are sometimes defined differently, and sometimes you can blur that line to get the benefit of multiple rounds in one round, or to force the game to consider something a different round, depending on what your needs are. So stop engaging with thrown objects. Due to your experience with the losing an action thing? Not passing the Thistlebolt stuff with one inspo. Go find Arabella's parents. That'll be an inspo, a little bit of XP. Shadowblade eventually.
Found and taken.
Also stop starting a fight when in turn mode instead of possibly the action attack right away, enter turn mode. Yeah, I've been told that's how you can you can get the additional action much more consistently. To that effect, Andreas. I usually just engage for the bonus action or an action refresh. Yeah, with the throw thing, Olive, that's because the bound weapon is considering it a different round. So you threw it in a different round. It's not going to come back to you because you didn't throw it this round. Or this turn, I should say. Because that was the turn before the combat. Now you're the turn in the combat. Does Sorrow's Lash work exactly with status to work off? It goes off your spellcasting modifier, so whatever yours is. But it's 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. So since I have 14 charisma, plus 2.
You recognize the corpse being
I will sell you what I can. Once not dead, merely medicated to ease the pain. Not much left now, but you're welcome to look.
XP. Go to camp. Oh yeah, never talked to Minthara. Let's do that.
It does not compare with the... They broke my... While we must eradicate them. Start. Swear that you will keep me... Rest well. And I'd... You wish to consult me?
You're a fellow paladin. What's the nature of your oath?
I took up my oath long ago, when I swore bloody vengeance against any who defied Lolth. Now, I myself have sinned against the Spider Queen. Though my faith is shattered, my oath endures. I am sworn to destroy all those who serve the Absolute. When I have had my vengeance on the cult, I do not know if my oath will still hold. I do know that when I take the Absolute's power...
So Minthara is actually just referencing how, you know, her oath should have broken, but she's so fixated on vengeance that, like, the oath's like, ah, you're still kind of doing it. Like, once she achieves that goal,
no place in it, of course, and I will gladly eradicate
probably gonna.
A mistake. When you...
Paladin oaths are somatic, the deity doesn't care. Well, Paladin oaths in 5e are not centered around a deity. I just have a mod that makes us paladins can select a deity, just so we get that little bit of extra Vlaakith flavoring. I just used the phrase Vlaakith flavoring.
Hey you find Mum and Pops? I don't believe you.
Minthara's oath gets to have nuance. Yeah, players don't. Minthara, I mean, I favor her too. Better try more mods your next runs? Yeah. I definitely prefer mods that are in the spirit of the kind of thing you could believe is in-game. I don't like the power fantasy mods.
It doesn't seem long ago that Minthara would have... Rings a bell? I don't have anything to give you in return. We'll see. Give me a while to put my imagination to work. Very serious of you. But give me some time.
Saying the Kuotoa mod is next. We could become a Kuotoa vampire. We could also be a fish fucking a bear. Counter ones? I'm skeptical on the design choices of such mods. This is something I've said before, and I'm sure in certain rooms it comes across as pompous, but I do not trust the balancing instincts of people who don't have similar experience to me in challenge running. So, you know, people here, if someone here recommended it, sure. You know, one of the regulars, someone like Trade or Mark was like, hey, this is pretty good. But I'm not gonna trust balancing takes that could just as easily have come from someone who unironically believes that the BG3 build subreddit has good takes. Oh yeah, I can get the XP for talking to Withers. Still haven't done that.
Thou hast now a bosom companion.
Reddit takes can be brain
Dost
numbing.
thou
Yeah.
require a new... That is where I was.
That's a good way of putting it. Honestly, Lolth is so insane, she'll most likely give someone who wants to kill her power just to see how far they'll get. Yeah, Lolth would do that. Lolth is everything Blacketh wants to be. Let's put it that way. Except Blacketh is just a lich of middling power by epic level standards. And then Lolth is an actual problem of a deity.
Consider me intrigued.
I gotta have Mark teach me his lineup for the timing for when these scrying eyes are kind of intersecting. You get them in one shatter. It's cool. Always felt bad for Minthara, her brain's getting wiped because they're telling her Lolth never loved you. It's not even a lie, really. Yeah, Minthara is so sympathetic because, like, her character is still tragic, even though she absolutely deserves every bad thing that happens to her. You still don't want to see it. It's still hard to watch.
Onward.
Lolth this, Lolth that. What about our Lord's Sloth? Good question. I'm strength to lift you with 22. No.
Undetected.
No, Cav. Did you watch the video? I can't believe they put that in the game.
You're being arrested for assault.
Yeah, maybe I am. Brain rot. Ow. Of course you rolled well on your smites. A little jealous. Has 8 stacks of reeling. His DRS caused him to get more reeling from hitting me. As long as I healed, there was no way he could kill me and crit me.
Without delay.
I don't have anything to deal with the scrying eye right now. Guess I got a spell slot back for Thunder's Smite. Guess I could kill the Warden for that. Also just do this though. I wish I had more mats. I've been slacking. I'd Reddit Paladin build. No, he actually did good damage. Just have crit immunity. This guy's wizard spell slots. Paladins don't use their spell slots on misses. He would eventually run out of smites. He wasn't close to it. Didn't hit me that many times. Forgot that detail showing my lack of Paladin knowledge. See, I made sure to learn a lot about Paladin so I can criticize it accurately. I like knowing what I'm talking about. Especially when I'm talking shit.
One true way.
Do I actually have Thunders prepared? Yeah. You know, you can sleep the eyes. It's extremely useful. Lets you set up guaranteed crits. My slashing only did 2, but Under Smite did it.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Was that? Can't turn invisible now. dog shit fucking thing. I forgot it was concentration. I legitimately forgot. So upset. You're conquered now. Fucking hell. Don't ever roll like that again. 20 on 48, and it still almost killed me. Alright, Warden, calm down. Settle down. Yikes. That was almost just a quick reset. Bad experience with her lightning arrow where Sparks walls these days against her. Yeah. I only live to a low roll. I forgot lightning arrow did that much damage. Arcane Conjuring proc off the Sorrowvine? Yes. That's why I'm using it. Berries for free? Yeah. This Gruel, free action. 3d4 heal. Raspberries, free action, 1d4 heal, and suspicious meat, free action, 4d4 heal. Dirge meat, the dwarf meat, Dirge can eat that, also a free action heal. 3rd level spells now. I am not going 9th level Paladin. Certainly could. Mildly interesting Warden of Vitality thing. Unless they've changed this, this can heal the portal in portal defense. Mildly interesting. But yeah, I'm not taking another level in this class. Getting Fear would be cool and all, don't get me wrong, but... do Storm Sorcerer. Just use those for Quag Amulet, among other things, yeah. Keep in mind, Quag Amulet's effect is just a coating, so you're using that at the expense of other coatings. I find that outside of the very early game, it's not really all that good. Red Draconic would fit Lae'zel. It would. It would. Lore-wise, that would make sense. I'm just thinking class feature-wise. So, like, I'd like to add a Charisma class. I am leaning away from Warlock, but at the same time, if I go Great Old One, Mortal Reminder with this setup would be really good, actually. Normally, Padlock is not a good combo for Honor Mode. Let's just put it that way. But in this particular instance, getting Mortal Reminder might actually be a very big deal for me. Count as cannibalism if you eat a dwarf as a non-dwarf? I don't know. Still a humanoid, so... yes, but like, Sorgadin, like the builds Reddit told me about. I mean, 2 levels of Sorcerer removes Paladin's resource consumption issue, so... Sorcerer also lets you do full power Divine Smite, which is something Paladin by themselves can't do. It's not a bad combo, it's just... Blech. Subclass aura in the mod. No, the aura works as it does in tabletop, though the psychic damage is bugged. Doesn't currently work. Doesn't need to, though. Do already have armor back at this. It says I'll have access to both. X would be real nice, though. I love Hex. Thing is, on this character, I don't have the spell slot sustain to use Hex or Hellish Rebuke. Not really. Could just do Swords Bard again. Yeah, I could. I don't wanna, though. I could. Boring? Yeah, yeah. I agree. See what happens. Swords Bard and Sorcerer is fun. I've played a lot of Swords Bard where I'm like, I know where this is going. We were kind of past the point where Minor Illusion is hugely helpful to me. Still good, just... I think I'd rather pick up Eldritch Blast while I'm here. Definitely Blade Ward. We love Blade Ward. Chat, there's somehow people who believe Blade Ward isn't good. Retrochronic or Riot, and guess you're rioting. It's not good because Cleric already gives it to everyone. But why would your Cleric waste their actions healing when your Cleric can be running around the battlefield killing people by walking? Now your Fighter could be your healer, because Fighters are the best healers in the game.
Securing.
I'm not joking. Simply because Fighters can throw more healing potions, so they're better healers. Part is my Cleric can do both. But if your Cleric has already killed everyone on the battlefield by walking by them, why do you need to Blade Ward? See the issue? Rogue's a good healer. Yeah, Rogue does have uncanny dodge, transfuse health. Trade finds silly shit like that. Oh. Transfuse health, sacrifice half your remaining hit points to heal a target for the same amount. Uncanny dodge, half incoming damage at the cost of your reaction. So you lose a quarter of your health to heal someone for half of your health. And if you're a thief, you have 2 bonus actions. You just do it twice. So silly. Rogues are good. Rogues are very good. The more I play, the higher rogues climb on like the power ranking in my head. Okay, they're very high up there. Kind of alarming, the things they can do.
into the shadows. You're being arrested for assault.
You're not surprised. I find it very rude that you're not surprised. Thank you, persist. I crit the ground, so Mortal Reminder triggered. No, seriously, that's what happened.
On the move.
I'll use my Warlock slot on that. No way. Love the way the narrator says that voice line. She's great.
One false move.
I don't want to fight these two without spell slots. Game's very confused about how to handle my armor bag this now. Interesting. I leveled up, I could buy more short rest potions from Lantarv. Nice to seeing you take damage, maybe slightly uncomfortable. Currently I'm running around at an AC where I'm likely to take hits, but heavy armor master. But for the physical damage, I'm not worried. For the radiant damage, we know exactly how much damage that Guardian of Faith is going to do. 20. He would have had to hit me 3 times for me to die. So I would have had to have misplayed on my turn to die there. Possible, considering I've been live for almost 10 hours. The Warden was closer, the Warden was a lot closer. That's true. A high roll on Lightning Arrow could have just killed me. But now that I have personally experienced that, I'm gonna go into that fight with Lightning Resistance now. I was trying to do something cool with Branding Smite, and it just did not work out. I very nearly got punished for it. 2 gold short. That's fun. Another underrated weapon, Big Boy's Chew Toy. This is a non-concentration enlarge. Now, it only persists while you have the weapon equipped, but this means you can, say, use a Cloud Giant Elixir and then enlarge with this and be concentrating on yet something else. Say, Hex or Hunter's Mark, and then you could be throwing things. And it's versatile, so you could have it with a shield in your other hand. I haven't been able to watch any of the streams today. Busy with work and some errands. Surprised you're still streaming. Yeah, I was gonna stop almost 2 hours ago. I'm just having too much fun. I should probably force myself to stop now. Kind of a good stopping point. We picked up a Warlock level, which normally I'm not a fan of Paladin and Warlock multi-classes in Honor mode because the whole Blade Pact stacking with extra attack thing, that's not on the table in Honor. But I'm going for Great Old One's Mortal Reminder feature primarily. I think we will end up going 8-4 here, so I can pick up another feat. That'll also get me access to 2nd level Warlock spellcasting. And I can pick up a fair amount of invocations. Maybe I go Devil's Sight, so I can do Darkness Arrows with Bow of the Banshee without needing to use Eversight or Eldusk later on. I likely do end up going Agonizing Blast, because I have it, may as well, right? BG3 has that Civ ability. Just one more turn, just one more fight. It's true. It really does. This game's too good. Now, the Sorrow Arcane Synergy thing is quite fun. Looking forward to doing more of that. That'll be it for today. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Hope you had a good time. I certainly did. Let's find someone to raid. I will be live... What day of the week's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday? Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. I thought today was Thursday, briefly. Is Flint going to the brain right now? Like Flint's going to the brain in a moment. Trade is just starting, though. So I'm going to be watching both Flint and Trade here. Make sure to support both of them. We'll raid Trade. A lot of questions about weapon mechanics today, in terms of what's magical, what's not. Trade has done the science on all that. He's also the leading XP scientist. A lot of the tricks you see me use are strats he developed, or he and I did together. And overall, just one of the most knowledgeable people in the BG3 challenge running space. Also a longtime friend, even before BG3 stuff, so personally vouch for the guy. You'll love it over there. He's criminally underfollowed, smaller channel, so definitely follow. If you have my emotes, feel free to jiggle. If not, that's okay too. I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you over in Trades, see you over in Flits. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Follow recall completed. That scared the shit out of me.